Gentlemen, do join us in the room. We will start shortly.
Got my peaches out in Georgia. I know you from California. Took my chick up to the north. Get my light right from the source. I say, oh, the way I breathe you in, the texture of your skin. I wanna ride you, baby, never let you go. And I say, oh, there's nothing like your touch. It's the way you lift me up. And I'll be right here with you till the end.
You ain't sure yet, but I'm for you. All that good night alone that we must you are souvenir. No time, I wanna make more time. Give you my all.
I let my girl out in my Yorker. Ooh. I leave a call in Georgia. Remember when I couldn't hold her? I left the baggage for a moment. Got my peaches out in Georgia. You know you from California. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. I got my light right from the start. You know you from California. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. Got my light right from the source, yeah. I got my peaches out in Georgia. You know you from California. Took my chick up to the north. I get my
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, my name's Zbigniew Bartuś. I work for Gazeta Prawna Forsal.pl. I hope that you read what's happening in such places as this. And today, I'm speaking to you as a great fan of this meeting. I'll be the host of this event. In Kraków, we say, do not bring the capital to Kraków, but we've come to you today. We are very happy to see you here. When I opened the Single Market Forum recently, I said that was the place where the fundamental discussion took place on an issue that's fundamental for the EU and for Poland. Let me say it again, here in Warsaw. I believe that it's an even more fundamental issue for the future of the European Union and Poland. Let me start by saying something that you won't really like me for. Regulations are good. Regulations are very good. Okay, let me put it more moderately so that you don't dislike me that much. Okay, so the regulations are good, but only the ones that are good. Okay, let me explain. We are all aware of the fact that the EU is based on regulations. They have often been laughed off you know, all these additional bottle caps and the fact that you can't just open a bottle. And of course, all these regulations are written by those who live in the EU, and they live in this land that has very good regulations and therefore very high quality of life, very high standard of life. And you wouldn't like to move to to such countries as China or the United States. Why? Because life in the EU is easy. It has regulated very well very many things. So regulations sometimes might mean simplification. So deregulation is not synonymous to simplification. Could you give me an example of something like this? Okay, connectors to chargers. After all, it's a regulation of the EU. Is there anyone in this room who believes that it was a stupid regulation? Well, if you had to pay 100 zlotys for a charger only because it had a different connector, then probably today you are happy that you can choose any charger. And it's thanks to the regulation. So what are the good regulations? Well, I've said that regulations are good, but only the ones that are actually good. So there must be, well, regulations must respond to reality. There must be coherent with reality. So services must be provided at the right standard, and we should be able to enforce these regulations and execute them. Otherwise, some barbarians will just drive through us. We won't be able to keep our regulations and our standard of living that goes together with these regulations. So I'm speaking about competition. Of course, while regulating issues, we should also make sure that we are globally competitive. Now, when in our country, our befriended country, from which our safety depends, someone said America first. And now people say Poland first, Germany first, France first, the Netherlands first, Luxembourg, Latvia, Lithuania. You know, everybody wishes to be first. But I've keep saying, and Marek Benio, who's with us today, and all those who are responsible for the European Labour Mobility Congress, we fight against this narrative because we are deeply convinced that Europe first is the key for all these countries to be first as well, not the other way round. Well, you've come here, you've climbed the steps. It was a kind of warm-up. So now I will ask you several questions so that you can raise your hands. It will be a further warm-up. Okay, let me start in the following way. Do you agree with the statement that Poland in the EU has more advantages than disadvantages? It is good to be part of the EU. Who is for? Okay, I can't see anyone who's against this statement. Okay, so we agree that we have Euro enthusiasts in here, in general. Okay, question number 2. Who of you believes that a single market is one of the pillars of the EU? Well, my apologies that I'm asking you to raise your hands, but because these things are quite obvious. Now, who believes that the single market is not working well? Okay, I see some division here. Some people believe that the single market is working badly. I haven't said it's working very badly, but badly in general. Okay, and now who of you believes that it could work better. Okay, so it doesn't work really badly, but it could work better. Now, Mr. Benio has raised his hand here. Okay, who of you believes that the EU single market doesn't work the way we would wish it for because of the operation of Brussels? Who of you believes so? Okay, there are very few people in here. Don't be afraid. I know that we have here a very important representative of the European Commission, but she's not looking at you. You know, I'm not going to say it to anyone if you raise your hand. We're not recording it. Don't be afraid. And now, who of you believes that the EU single market doesn't work well because of policies of EU member states? Wonderful. Thank you very much. Well, if I write texts about this on LinkedIn and, you know, millions of people read them, and then there's a discussion that Brussels is bad. Mario Monti, he said that in a report that he wrote a dozen of years ago, the recommendations and conclusions were 60 to 70%, the same as the ones drawn by Draghi and Letta. Okay, so who of you believes that Poland is also responsible for the fact that the single market of services is not really working? Okay, yes, so we are saying we are sinful as well. And to end up with the following question: to what extent barriers on the services market in the EU threaten or hamper competitiveness of the EU as a whole and are bad for individual EU member states? Okay, this claim isn't that well observed around Europe. So it means that this Congress makes sense, and we can do a lot as part of this Congress. I am deeply convinced that you are right, that these barriers greatly hamper our competitiveness and they threaten our quality and standard of life. We won't be able to protect them unless we view this issue the way you view it here. So this is my belief of a columnist who's been writing about economy for 30 years now. And this is what this Congress is about. We will have wonderful and eminent experts. Well, this poster is quite provocative. You know me, I would make it even more provocative. Barriers down, Europe forward. It's been translated to Polish very mildly. I would say bariery precz, or just do away with barriers. Go away with barriers. Away with barriers. Now, I believe that the problems that were mentioned by Monti a dozen of years ago, they're even more relevant these days, and we are really lagging behind. So yes, I will keep saying away with barriers. Right now, there's no time left. And this is what this poster is about. We have services there because from the point of view of entrepreneurs, services have been diagnosed by the European Union, or barriers against services has been diagnosed by the European Commission as one of the terrible 10. A couple of information to begin with. The Labor Mobility Institute is the organizer of this Congress. The honorary patronage is held by the Ministry of Development and Technology. Honorary patronage is also held by the president of the Social Insurance Institute. Well, the fact that we are applauding them right now does not mean that we won't criticize them. Now, the Congress is co-financed by the European Union as part of Mobile Care. And it is related to in-home, to live-in care, which is also one of the most fundamental issues that we will tackle today as well. And since we are mentioning the EU, Ms. Maria Peterski is with us, Director for Single Market from DG GROW of the European Commission. Now, our chief partner is Countem, knowledge partners who have worked very intensely on the content of this conference. Koalicja Polskich Ekspertów Usług, Polskie Stowarzyszenie Opieki Domowej, and Vialto. A round of applause for them. And let's also applaud our 4 sponsors. DBA from Paris, Raczkowski, Global HR Lawyers, Giulio Cesare, and Trade Cube. Ladies and gentlemen, what's ahead of us?
So, in a moment, we will see here on the stage the people who have been trying to shape the public opinion in the EU in the context of how important this subject is. The Congress will be opened officially. We are very much looking forward to what Maria Weronika Tomasiak-Peterski is going to say. But we'll also hear about new barriers that are blocking the export of services. So at this point, we are not only doing away with barriers, but we are shaping new ones. And Stefan Schwarz, Maciej Kubasa will discuss that. Then we will hear the practical aspects and the practical impact of these barriers. Also, we will try to think about good practices, in other words, how to overcome them. And then we shall have a lunch break, long enough so that you can do some networking. We know how important these talks are. And then Countem and Koalicja Polskich Eksporterów Usług will basically shape the next session. It's going to be about highly specialized services focused on people, and it's going to be to do with various EU freedoms. So both the business and public administration points of view will be presented. And then we're going to talk about certain myths, we're going to bust them. So basically, it's about choices that you have to make when you're crossing internal EU barriers. And here we're going to hear from academics and researchers. Yes, the diagnoses are great. We create things, we identify certain issues, but the problem is that we still need to go through with a therapy. And we will try to think how to impact on the decision makers so that it can be changed. A short lecture will precede every single of these talks, of these items. Marek Benio, already mentioned, will also put some questions to us. Tomorrow in the morning we will have workshops. Please remember about them, join us there. Well, this second day is going to be quite packed. we're going to say a few words before the end of the meeting as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, coming back to what I've said, may I ask the right person to open the speech? And Stefan Schwarz, the president of ELMI, is going to do just that. Sir?
Szanowna
Madam Director, ladies and gentlemen, those of you present here and those who are present online, I must say the following. I've been opening this Congress for the last 13 years. I would always discuss the same things. I would talk about new barriers, new difficulties, about this new directive or a new regulation. Usually, those issues took the form of the EU law being violated by usually one of the old member states, mostly France. A year ago, when I was opening this Congress, I talked about the conclusions that you can draw from the Draghi report, how our businesses are being killed by overregulations and obstacles. All these have basically taken us to a situation where the economy is dying. At this point, it is an existential threat to any European, to all of us. Back then, I almost caused a scandal because I said this at an official event of the Polish presidency in the presence of a minister and senior European Commission officials. And what about this year? This year, everything has been turned upside down. The ideological slogans such as fairness, social dumping, protection, unfair competition, which for years gave immunity to those killing our European businesses, fell silent overnight. What about today? Today, when we speak about barriers to the posting of workers, the problem is no longer the posting of workers itself, but rather those barriers. And the European leaders will meet for an all-day brainstorming session so that jointly with Mario Draghi they can work out how to finally remove those barriers and, in this way, restore Europe's competitiveness. Because European companies spend more on bureaucracy today than on growth. It cannot go on like this. And these are the words said by Ms. Ursula von der Leyen. She herself said those words in her recent speech in the European Parliament. So competitiveness is key because it's going to impact our prosperity, our security, but also our dignity. It all hinges on competitiveness, because no one likes it when the whole world mocks our European leaders sitting on those little chairs around President Trump and looking, I'm quoting the media here, like some naughty schoolchildren summoned to the principal's office, end of quote. No one likes hearing either that Europe is becoming irrelevant to the world or that nobody wants to buy our European cars anymore. But there's more. The European Commission basically tapped into this legal opinion that was prepared by our institute in 2020. So they relied on our legal opinion to initiate infringement proceedings against Germany over the illegal Wandererst visa, something that earlier, for many years, had been impossible for political reasons. And now it has just happened. And finally, so the European Commission has included administrative obstacles to the posting of workers among the so-called terrible 10 barriers, that is, those which contributed the most to the decline in the competitiveness of the European economy vis-à-vis the United States and China. The International Monetary Fund has estimated that this cost, the cost of those barriers is comparable to Europe imposing tariffs on itself at a rate of 110%. And removing those 10 barriers is today the goal of the new policy of restoring competitiveness pursued under the slogan, the single market, our European home market in an uncertain world. And making it easier for services to move across the Union's internal borders is the first task within that policy. Nothing but good news. All the better, because today, Polish exports of services that require the posting of workers to other member states bring into the Polish economy almost 7.5 billion euro a year. That is 32 billion of Polish zlotys, PLN. Now let us say this plainly. That 7.5 billion euros a year would not be there without a handful of people who once stood up to the most powerful politicians. Member of the European Parliament, Danuta Jazłowiecka and her team, Ambassador Marek Prawda, Ministers Władysław Kosiniak-Kamysz, Radek Mleczko, Konrad Szymański, Robert Lisicki, dyrektor Maria Szymańska, Robert Wójcik, then director of the Department for the Coordination of Social Security Systems Social Security Systems at the Ministry of Labour, and of course Anna Siwiecka from the Social Insurance Institution and her team with Professor Gertruda Uścińska at the helm. And we need to include here the members of ELMIs, Europeans and Patriots, people from different backgrounds and open minds, who in 2013 committed themselves to a just cause that at the time seemed unwinnable. So, what are we going to do here at ELMI? If everything is so great, if everything is fine? Well, let me explain. When I said that everything had been turned upside down, what I meant is literally everything. Because today, it is our own Polish government that is creating legal barriers against European exporters of services. And the need to remove those barriers is the most important goal that we are all facing right now. Because you are looking at the exporters, Polish exporters of services, and they are being simply gunned down. In a moment, I will prove it to you. Now, I will move to a presentation. We have been putting it together jointly with Marcin, and we are trying to show how Poland has breached the treaty and created barriers to their own exporters of services, but also to those exporters that are posting to Poland. And we have submitted a special open letter written by the professors, and it was submitted to the Chancellor of the Prime Minister of Poland. The letter was submitted yesterday. So, I'm not sure if there is a portable mic somewhere out there, because it would make things easier for me. Okay, I can still do it this way then. Right, what shall I begin with? Let's begin with the scale of the problem itself. Right. So the scale. Where do we begin? Let's begin with some data collected by ZUS, the Polish Social Security Institution, fresh data. But let's begin with historical data, 2019-2024. Well, let's exclude COVID. Let's look at numbers of the A1 numbers issued by ZUS. Basically, the number has been growing ever since Poland joined the EU. Let's look at what happened last year. For the first time last year, the number of the ZUS issued A1 forms declined rather than increase. Mind you, the new regulations had been in place just for a few months, and even then they caused a decline. Now, the number of A1 forms only shows the traffic rather than the activity of businesses, so this is by no means a perfect measure. What would be better would be another number, the number of unique individuals that have been posted, PESEL ID numbers, in other words. 2020, 2021, there was a breach. I believe that ZUS was not collecting data. They were busy with dealing with COVID. But basically, you've had this growth, and look at what happened in 25. The number of posted people fell by 13%. We're talking about 100,000 people. And this is a huge number that we're talking about. I don't want to wear the hat of a statistician here, but it looks like the Polish businesses couldn't post third country nationals and try to fill in the gap with Polish nationals. So they posted more often, but a smaller batch of people. In other words, they were trying to come up with a solution, but the problem was that they could not hire and post third country nationals. This was the root of the problem. Now, whenever we speak to the media, whenever we do some public speaking, we have to face the following thing. People believe that when Polish businesses export services, they send people abroad. People believe that it is what is done essentially by temporary work agencies, but it's not true. Firstly, what comes is industry. Secondly, industry only. In the third place, you've got other services in green, but there you will find international transportation. So others, I divided them into two, and temporary work is roughly 12.5% of all the instances of posting workers from Poland. And money is also relevant when it comes to the scale of this problem that we're talking about. A great thing happened. The Polish Statistical Office in 2023 started publishing this data. They hadn't done that before. And the number is 7.4 billion euros per year. We are talking about the number for 2024. Now, some people don't like numbers at all. I don't. And it is good in such a situation to think of what you can buy for such an amount. So, 7.4 billion euros, it is as much as the total debt of all Polish hospitals. It is as we pay to subsidize healthcare in Poland. You could buy between 80 and 100 and something modern jets for that money. A huge number. If not for this number, we wouldn't be a role model, and our lives would be harder, and we, Polish citizens, would be simply poorer as a result. Now, imagine what regular business people need to face. This new law was in, and those entrepreneurs from various industries started calling us, asking for advice. They've been suffering from various issues, but basically, when you boil it down to one thing, it is about them no longer getting visas for the workers and work permits. Welding, assembly of scaffolding is the first case. So there is the company, they've got these elements for those scaffoldings. They call from Poland and from Germany. They take these elements, they put them on a bus, they leave them there until the construction is over, and then they go there to collect it, to dismantle, disassemble it. And somebody called us, because they actually work in Germany quite often, and they said, you know, we cannot extend our visas for our assembly teams. Most of these people are Polish nationals, but this particular mobile team that goes to do assembly, disassembly are non-EU residents, non-EU citizens rather. if they cannot send this team to do the assembly, disassembly, the whole company grinds to a halt and may go bust. Another case, a company from Gdańsk, 17 years in the market, a huge one, and they furnish ships. Once you've got a ship, right, all the heavy work is done, they go on board and they assemble all bits and pieces of equipment. Usually they are built in shipyards in Lithuania, so those teams need to be posted there because a ship needs to be completed. And again, the visas were blocked, permits blocked, live in home care, or long-term home care rather. So, Polish carers go to the west. However, Ukrainian carers come to Poland. Madam Commissioner Tyson and I had this conversation. Basically, it's a kind of traffic that flows from the east to the west. But the thing is, there are fewer and fewer of those Ukrainian carers, so employers need to hire people from places further and further to the east. So they need to employ foreigners, but they provide services in Germany, so their visas and their permits essentially have stopped.
Now, a welding company. If something very difficult needs to be welded, a team is asked to come, for example, to a bridge where something has to be welded at high elevation. And some of these teams that were trained for years are third country nationals. And also the company had problems extending permits and visas for them. And now very many companies from transportation sector, they don't get permits either. So we have started this legal investigation. We have done the same when it comes to Van der Elst visa. And of course, we don't know why the permits and visas are not given. Therefore, we have asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to give us access to public information. We have chosen two consulates in Istanbul and in Ankara, in Turkey, because it's a country that's partly European, it's part of NATO, it is seen as a safe country, and if people from Turkey come to Poland, they are usually employed at high positions. So they constitute a very good example for us. And we quickly received answers. So consuls, their concerns result from the concerns that point 8, 9, and 10 are infringed. So one of them is related to lack of original permit being attached. Point number 9 is that you don't leave the EU territory before visa expires. And point 10 is when consul believes that the aim of stay is different than the one declared by the employer. The Van der Elst case helped us here very much because it turned out to be a case where Germany actually issues this visa to protect German employers, and Poland works against its own employers. Let me remind you what freedom of provision of services is about. So if I'm a service provider in country 8 and someone from country B comes to me and wishes to buy my service, I can post my workers without any additional formalities. So this is my right. And my country and so the sending country and the hosting country cannot work against me as long as I provide simple notification. Now, Germans came up with this catch-22, as one entrepreneur called it. So if I'm a service provider from country A and among my employees, they're third country nationals, I need to obtain a German state visa, although the employees have a visa issued by a different EU member state that Germans should honor. So then I go to an advisor or a lawyer and ask, what can I do? And then I have two solutions. Either I follow the German state law, which should send me to the embassy in Warsaw, where my employee has to arrange a meeting, and the system has been constructed in such a way that there's almost impossible to have a meeting arranged, or it can be arranged in 3 months' time at 7 a.m. And then the employee has to have on him the original contract he has with his employer. And even if I get to the end of this process, I will be refused, which we have proved in our analysis. But I can also follow the EU, because if the national law infringes the EU law, then all the results are null and void. So in theory, we have nothing to worry about. However, the problem is that it doesn't really work when there's a policeman who at night holds a bus with my employees and is convinced that they are illegal immigrants. So employers, they do not decide to take such steps because they are afraid that their employees might have some unpleasant situations. So it means that I cannot provide a service. There's no possibility of providing a service because either of the paths is satisfactory. So our Polish government has come up with a similar catch-22 for employees. Now, to post an employee, he has to stay legally and have a work permit in the sending country. So I obtain a Polish visa for an employee, but I need to get it first. So I have option A. I will follow the EU law, and in the so-called motion letter or intent letter that every employer needs to send to a consul and explain why they wish to employ a given employee, then the consul decides whether he would issue a visa or not. And every entrepreneur in Poland knows that if there's the word posting or posting to Germany in the document, they will be refused. We tried to carry out an investigation to check whether the most problematic was the word posting or Germany. So then he receives a response following Article 9 that this employee will actually leave the territory of Poland and won't go wherever he's supposed to go. And then I can follow the Polish law, and so I won't write that I will be posting an employee. I might say that, you know, this employee will stay in Poland, work only in Poland, and then perhaps I will get a visa for him or her. But now the migration policy of the government is to have greater controls. So there's a digital system that consuls use, and they ask border guards about the so-called opinion. So such a query goes to a local office of border guards, and then the border guard checks the internet, and if they find out that a company has contacts abroad, does work abroad, then a negative opinion is issued, and it obliges the consul to refuse the visa based on article number 10, namely, information provided by the employer is different from reality. And now, please see the following. It's not a barrier for employees who are to be posted. It's actually a barrier to any exporter of services from Poland. The fact that a company has customers abroad makes it impossible for them to obtain visas for their employees. Something similar is included in a different act that regulates the issuance of work permits. If in the form I were to respond to the question, where would the actual place where an employee would perform their work be? And let's say that it's somewhere in Berlin, Hauptstraße 1, Berlin. So then in the form, I'd like to write Hauptstraße 1, Berlin. But I can't do it because the form has been constructed in such a way that I need to put in a place in Poland. So it's impossible to send this form. So now, if an entrepreneur came to us, we would tell him the following. Now, according to the EU law, this employee in fact, works in Poland all the time because this act does not differentiate between work for a Polish employer and work in the territory of the Republic of Poland. So, in fact, according to the act, the employee never leaves the territory of Poland. So we tell such an employer, put in the address of your seat. But then the employer will be refused a work permit for their employee because they will say, okay, so your employee will weld what in your seat? So an employee won't get a permit, and even if they get a permit, if there's a control, an inspection, they will be taken away, this permit. So what do Poles and Germans do? Okay, so you take this phrase or this notion from the EU law, and they are defined according to the EU law. We have this principle of autonomous notions. There's this notion of paid activity. So, for example, business trips and posting are included. Now, Germans have translated it into Erwerbstätigkeit, which is any kind of paid activity. So, if I am there at the fair in Düsseldorf and I'm paid for it by a Polish employer, then this is this Erwerbstätigkeit. And for Germans, it doesn't matter where I am employed. So posting to Germany, in fact, means being employed in Germany. And the employees are treated as if they were German employees. Poland has done the same. There's the notion access to the labor market, and it speaks about the connections between EU member states, and every member state has the right to regulate its own labor market. What does it mean? In simple terms, employment in Poland. But in Poland, employment in Poland means work in the territory of the Republic of Poland. So they are synonymous. So in fact, a posted employee is not employed in Poland. Now, these infringements are done through minor changes introduced to the definitions, to the interpretation of the notion. Now, in the Polish Act, we have the following: entrusting work to foreigners in the territory of the Republic of Poland. But Chapter 1, Article 1 says access to the labor market. So the title has been replaced, but then it was repeated 95 times in the Act. So every consul, every office, every civil servant will believe that it's the territory of Poland from one border post to another. So we have suggested an amendment adding point number 10 that would explain to every civil servant in Poland that whenever we speak about work in the territory of the Republic of Poland, we should add to it posting, business trip, in line with the EU law, so that a Polish civil servant doesn't have to be an expert in EU law and does not come up with a result that will infringe the EU law. So we have this 3 times no rule here. We have no time to meet you. Permits won't be issued to employees who do not work in the territory of Poland. We don't agree with the claim that we infringe the EU law. So these are these 3 no's that Polish employers receive. And now the Ministry of Labor says permits will not be issued if the worker will perform work outside the territory of the Republic of Poland. Now, the second sentence says that the official knows that it infringes the EU law, but she says the EU law does not force us to issue permits to workers that will be posted. So in other words, we do not infringe the EU law. So she is aware of all of it and she does it consciously.
Tak naprawdę nasi polscy
And here is a recording from a Polish Senate committee, and Polish senators were said to be indoctrinated. They had no access to actual information. And this is the crux of the matter when it comes to where originate from. Those people got information from the ministry. They've been informed that basically it's supposed to prevent sending Vietnamese to Poland so that they actually never end up in Poland. Well, that is a completely different thing. You cannot delegate your own employee in such a way that they never end up in Poland, because you need to sign a contract, they need to go to a doctor, they need to receive their health and safety training, all the documentations need to be drafted, personal ID. Even if I wanted to employ them to post him, this person would have to be staying in Poland a number of weeks before it might happen. So that's a separate case. You might be familiar with the European law. It might be shocking to you. Our senators and MPs said that the freedom to provide services is applied only vis-a-vis EU nationals rather than third country nationals. No, it is a right of businesses, not people. It is my right as a business person to send any employees and all employees to provide services, and it is not limited only to Polish nationals. And another thing we've heard that this correction violates the EU and they find it to be dangerous. So the EU law, we've got the judgments of the court, and basically we've got the case law quote, and here we read that there is no obligation. Well, anyway, it boils down to the fact that whatever the public servant has said was simply untrue. And Marcin wrote a commentary to that very act, so he will be a person more qualified to actually cover that. Thank you very much, Stefan. Hello. Okay. In our institute, we speak of violations of the EU law, and we point out any violation, whatever direction it goes into. So I decided to cover also these infringements that pertain to posting to Poland. The volume of such postings is much lower than the kind of postings you get out of Poland, so the incoming volume is lower than outgoing, but it's still significant a number. Under the EU law, there is this principle: the host member state cannot insist on a permit from a third country national that are staying legally and legally working in another member state that have been posted for some time to said member state under the freedom to provide services. Now, what about the Polish regulations? Here, the work permit is required when a person is posted from the European Economic Area. But there are three exceptions: no time exceptions, no time limitations, rather, when the posting is done to provide services in Poland. It is a Polish equivalent of this basic directive 96/7. The second exception, it is about a period that does not exceed 30 days in a calendar year under the so-called inter-corporate posting. So if there is such a posting that lasts longer than 30 days, rather, it is required that somebody obtains a work permit. And thirdly, the provision is quite weird. There are some repetitions. I'm talking about the Polish document. So the third exception is this. It's about posting when the period does not exceed 30 days within a 180-day period, when the posting is other than the ones covered under the first two exceptions. A similar construction was put in place in the old regulations. Here, the thing is not only repeated, but rather made even more serious. And here we encounter something unexpected. We're talking about foreigners that are posted to Poland from Switzerland. An unobvious direction, one might say. But look at the 5 most important countries that posted to Poland in 2024. These are the most recent data made available by the Polish Labor Inspectorate. So you've got these 5 major member states, and 3 of them come from the Western Europe: Austria, Italy, in Germany, in reverse order of the size of volume. So there are these exceptions, waivers. They had to do with the foreigners posted to Poland that stayed here legally and worked legally in the territory of a member state. We are talking about the European Economic Area countries that are not EU countries. Switzerland is also included. But there are those new regulations. As of June 25, the exceptions pertain to foreigners posted to Poland that can have legal stay and work. The details are covered at length in the appropriate document. But the rights point to another territory of the European Economic Area. So basically, allegedly, it was supposed to be made more transparent, to have a common denominator, but Switzerland is not a member of the European Economic Area. It's a member of EFTA, which is not the same thing, right? So what do we see as a result? You've got these foreigners that are nationals of third countries. When they are posted from Switzerland to Poland, entrepreneurs need to obtain work permits for those people. And the third type of infringement. So there is this definition of a posted worker, right? There is this Article 2, Section 2 of the Directive 96/7, and there is this definition. We are talking about the definition of an employee as defined by the host country legislation. However, we've got these new Polish regulations. Well, there is this relevant Polish act. By the way, the speaker is apologizing to the interpreters because it's been quite dense, a bit of a mouthful that I've just given. So this foreigner needs to be employed under the appropriate employment law. But it is the host country, after all, that is relevant and not the sending countries, right? So there is a bit of a issue there. So what is it all about? So the Polish law is relevant here rather than the sending member states law. Over to you. Just let me reiterate or rephrase what my colleague has said. So Poland, as a host country, is not allowed to build barriers vis-a-vis the businesses that are delegating their employees to Poland, irrespectively of the nationality of said employees. And Poland decided to change those and decided to say that only fully employed people are fall under the scope of this, and people that are third country nationals are excluded, which is a clear violation of the European law. The thing is, we've been accused of being wrong when it comes to how we interpret the EU law. The accusation was made by a Polish public servant from the Ministry of Labor. So we've approached a number of professors from Polish universities, from the field, and the professors said, yes, we are right. That's what they have said. We have wrote a legal opinion. It was done by Marcin and I, and we took half a year to write it because we wanted to meet all the professors' expectations. We have given this opinion to the Polish Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, and we've heard that this request has been sent on to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Labor, and the Ministry of Interior. Well, we are looking forward to a response. I'm just wondering what this response is going to be. Around 17 names, different professors, experts in the field. This is how many names are here, and the number is limited because they reside in different towns and cities, so it was logistically hard to get all these names. This is the proof, or rather the evidence, showing that we've already done that. Now, the thing is, when I say about that, I'm accused of criticizing Poland's immigration policy. Am I really doing that? Maybe it is because a certain group of public servants do that, and they are ideologically motivated. We assume that a country, that Poland, has a certain policy and it's an informed choice. We assume that they are well informed, that they know what the impact of said policy would be. But we need to check that, to test that. Do they really know? This is available, both in Polish and in English. This is the immigration strategy of the Polish government. In this document, we read, the immigration policy must not lead to the fall of competitiveness by the Polish businesses, as it would lead to services being taken outside the territory of Poland, which basically goes against what has been said. The Prime Minister also has said certain things a number of times, so I don't believe that it is an informed policy on the part of the government. Poland is waging war against illegal immigration, but it must not impact Polish businesses. So whenever he spoke on the subject, this is roughly what he said, something to that effect. And February the 12th, Mr. Tusk and Domański participated in this one-day brainstorming session, and they wanted to do away with this terrible 10, those barriers which led to the fall of the European competitiveness. The barrier number 9 is a set of barriers that impact posting workers. So you've got the Prime Minister and the Minister discussing how to do away with the barriers, and then they go back to Poland and construct new barriers. It's things rather unthinkable. I leave it to you to deem and decide whether this is an informed policy of the government, or maybe it's just a group of public servants that are doing their thing, and the government really simply don't know fully what is happening here. Thank you very much, Stefan. Thank you, Marcin. I've told you that it's not going to be light. Now, I'm a journalist, a columnist. I write about these matters, and let's connect the dots. The regulations are good, provided they are good regulations. So let's try to analyze these regulations now. A good regulation, a good provision, in other words, is consistent with the EU treaties, because those treaties are there for a reason. And it needs to be enforceable, and the member states must agree on how it is enforced. Also, it serves strengthening our joint competitiveness. It helps us to grow economically, but also these provisions need to strengthen certain tools that we will use to boost the quality of our life. The question is, does this particular regulation serve that purpose? Because regulations are good when they are good. Demography. Let's talk about public servants. Public servants do what they do. So you've got the Prime Minister and the Minister. Let's assume they have a goodwill and they do not want this red bar to go down. We assume that they mean well, but you've got these public servants, right? And they operate in a certain set of economic and demographic conditions. Until 2013, in Poland, we had more and more people of working age, but ever since 2013, it's been worse. And what the exercise I'm going to do simplifies things. It's a risky exercise. Let's try to do the following. Let's look at the number of people that enter the market, that reached maturity last year. That's one number. And the other number is the number of people that retired. 60 for women and 65 for men. I know that there are exceptions, but let's try to do that. Until 2013, the growth was very dynamic. 2 to 300,000 people were joining the labor market. Our market couldn't actually absorb all of them. Those people were leaving abroad. But the trend reversed. What about last year then? How many people of productive age did we lose last year? The number given is wrong. Over 160,000. And yes, I know that some people of a retirement continue to work, but it's still valid. What about 40s, 2040s? 500,000, over 500,000. You can just take the data, subtract one number from the other, and this is what you're going to get, right? We are talking about 500,000 people a year leaving the job market. There are just a handful of cities in Poland that are bigger than that. We are talking about how much we're going to lose a year. And we've got this public servant in Warsaw. Now, an aside, there are at least 10 major industries where Polish employees, Polish nationals, form a majority. Basically, we would not have a construction sector if it were not for foreigners. You can go to construction schools. You can ask head teachers how many people willing to learn there are. Look about other services. What about care services? Just take a look. Try to hire a carer and see how easy it is here in Poland. So this is how things are. So you've got these public servants, and who are they really protecting? Who are they protecting? Are they protecting us from competitiveness and economic growth? Or maybe they're protecting Polish business from revenue and profits? This is what they are doing. That's the stake that we are playing for in this game. So if it were not for that, this Congress would have a very positive vibe. But what I know is that it has taken so much effort to change things for the better, for the European Commission to start speaking and listening to the voice of reason, to speak in the interest of Europe. And basically, now we shall have a discussion. Maria Weronika Poszak-Tatarski, a co-founder of the Institute, will be the person who is going to have this conversation with her, Mr. Benio, and our guest. Please, the stage is yours.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the 9th European Labour Mobility Congress. My name is Marek Benio, and I'm very pleased to welcome today Mary Weronika Toszak-Pleterski, the Deputy Director in DG GROW with the European Commission, who is responsible for simplification. That's quite a burden on you to simplify the rules. Now, you've heard some detailed data, and you've heard a very strong criticism against the new barriers that are arising in the time when almost everybody is speaking about barriers down. How do we go about it? Is this something that we declare is different from what we do? That's the first question.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me here with you today. I see that the energy in the room is the right one, and a lot of engagement for taking Europe forward. Let me start maybe to take to put us in the context. First of all, I think a year ago, when I was part of your discussions in Krakow, we all said the urgency is there. We need to do something about competitiveness. Now, this year, that time seems really long ago because the situation in the international and global stage has drastically changed again. What has not changed is the call to have competitive and united Europe. I say united Europe, and that I think was also said through the introductory remarks of Mr. Schwarz, because Europe, looking at the global world of today, is the entity that needs to deliver together for citizens and businesses. Now, of course, we need to deliver prosperity and need to have better life for our citizens and our companies to prosper. And for that, we need to be competitive. I think that is certainly, a challenge which is maybe even more pronounced than what we have seen last year, when now we see that geopolitics is also creating a lot of uncertainty. And it is only that if we together advance, change, adapt, and invent how to work together better. So you have focused our discussions of today on services, and I think for the right reasons. Of course, we know the high percentages of services economy of today, but we also know that in services, Europe has still a lot of potential to deliver better in terms of delivering better business environment, in terms of delivering better opportunities for our citizens. And this is certainly a sector which is not out of our radar screen from the European Commission point of view. Now, it is not a good news either that we recently published our annual Single Market and Competitiveness Report, and we see that the percentage of free circulation of services in terms of GDP has not changed much from the previous year to this year, and even stronger call, because what we see also in the statistics is that the GDP percentage in terms of service circulation between member states is around 8%, and that would be more or less the same what EU would also exchange in terms of services with the third countries. So I think really I join the call to have better use of this potential. Now you ask me, what do you do? How we go about it? The first thing is that, I can report that we have at least now, I would say, sharpened our analysis. Last year in May, we have issued, you would tell me, yet another strategy, single market strategy, but it's time also with a very, I would say, practical approach. What we did in that strategy is that we set up this approach focused around 10 barriers, which we observed in the internal market, not us, doing endless analysis in Brussels, but through what we have heard from you, through public consultation, conferences like this, because last year in Krakow, the objective of the conference was to feed in our process of the strategy. So we came up with these 10 most, reported, I would say, obstacles in single market. You can have a list, but one of them is also administrative burden that companies are facing when operating in the single market. And more specifically, also administrative burden, heavy administrative procedures that are faced by businesses that want to provide services cross-border and send also temporarily, I say, workers to deliver that business. So with this overview of barriers, now we have gone one step further and we developed an overview of concrete obstacles with concrete also definition of an obstacle and what we want to do, how we want to measure the progress. Just to give you one example, we started with services, and their over-regulation is one of the obstacles which is very prominently observed. So we are now setting up work streams very concretely with member states in so-called single market enforcement task force, where we are looking at concrete issues. Take, for example, business services. In 2021, so 5 years ago, we issued recommendations to member states what needs to be done. So what we are looking today is, please tell me what you have done. And if now we are going to analyze this, they reported back to us, and we are going to have discussions with each individual member state, what they have done. Because what I'm saying, very often these barriers are not necessarily a breach of the EU law. These are rather barriers which are generated national, regional level. And when you come to confront with these barriers as an operator, you have really a lot of complexity, to say the least. So we want to now go barrier by barrier. And to give you another example, posting of workers, there in the last 2 years, we again, in this forum, Single Market Enforcement Task Force Forum, this is the forum where Commission sits with 27 member states, and we identify an issue which is brought to our attention from businesses, like in this case, over-complex rules for posting of workers. So what we did analysis, what are then good practices? We asked businesses, please tell us what are, from your point of view, best practices, or at least good practices that you face and you would like us to have more of them, amplify them in the single market. So we came up with a list of 8 best practices in this area, in the area to reduce barriers for posting workers. And now we have a list where member states comply, and member states agree to that, by the way, because these are already implementing practices in one or another or several member states. And then we made an overview for each country, which barrier you in country X are implementing, and secondly, are you willing to implement it? So we have now, so to say, what to do. We also now more or less know how to do it because you helped us. Where are we stuck? We are stuck with the progress which needs to trigger changes in national legislation. So now, Polish presidency last year organized ministerial discussion because these are obstacles that very often come in place for political reasons, for national reasons. So we had discussions with senior officials, but it turned out that the senior officials would not have enough leverage to change this type of national decrees, sometimes law, sometimes just administrative practices. So with the help of Polish presidency, I still would like to thank Polish presidency for that, we had ministerial discussion because these are issues where you would need to write new law, where you would need to amend the law, where you would need to stop doing certain things. And we had a discussion among them. I must say, we are still waiting for the strong push, but the good news is that now this push is coming, I think also from the political level, because what we see is really that Europe needs to advance together. We need to have one market. That was one of the takeaways of the informal council in Belgium not even a month ago. So this is the urgency, and we are going to now work with political level to push through this what agenda, even we know how, but we need political push to get it through in the right levels, most often in member states.
Thank you very much. We will be talking about good practices and also about abolishing barriers which are just administrative barriers. But this morning, I think we've heard something more dangerous, the barriers that actually break the treaties. And they are new barriers on the table, on the way for the services to get to the recipients of those services. Now, we also are facing very deep demographic problems. I wouldn't call them problems because they might be also opportunities, but apparently our economies in Europe need more workforce, and the question is there going to be also a simplification, a political will to simplify and perhaps a little bit harmonize access of third country nationals to the European labor market? What is their role, how the Commission is perceiving the access of third country nationals to the labor markets?
Well, these are very important questions and very often also, I would say, sensitive questions. We have heard also in the presentation at this introductory section how much these aspects are also reflected in visa policy, for example. This is, of course, the sovereign policy of member states. But the reality indeed is that Europe is aging and that demography is also exposing us to the realities, and the skills shortages are one of the important challenges reported to us from entrepreneurs, I should say, across Europe. I haven't seen member state who would not have a problem for one or two or certain particular professions. Some of them were named this morning, but of course this is not entire list. We also know there are technical professions such as IT engineers, architects. We can continue with the list. So indeed, it is important that Europe opens up this potential in terms of service delivery and also enables European companies to scale. Because what is the promise, I should say, of the single market? The promise, among other things, is you as an entrepreneur, you have scale to operate in this market. Of course, the reality also is that we have still sometimes patchwork of how member states regulate that, and that unnecessarily, sometimes, very often, leads to fragmented markets. And that's what I hear as a director for single market enforcement very often. So now I said, I am also director of single market enforcement. Now, also in the area that you mentioned, we already have legal framework. I think we should not pretend that this is only the treaty. There is the treaty, there are directives, but there's also court jurisprudence. So this is certainly, from our point of view, from my point of view at least, a very strong framework which offers us, clarity and predictability. We need to implement it. Now, from the point of view of third country nationals, that is also, an area where we also have valid rules. We have, for the workers would need to be integrated in the market of country that is posting the worker somewhere. Now, if you look here, maybe you have more flexible interpretation for that. If I tell you also what I hear from other countries, some member states are asking us, please regulate. I want to be very have clear in law, and they are asking for a new law, which from my perspective, it's not necessarily to go for that because we have rules, but they're asking for special law, even, really clearly specifying conditions. You need to have work permit for that and that much. You need to have this and that in the country of, from which you're posted or from where your employer is established. So this is also part of member states. And now I'm sitting in Brussels, And what we really think is that we need to work and operate in the existing legal framework. And it was mentioned several times. So it's the treaty, you know, the free provision of services. Then there is also posting of workers directive. We have posting of workers enforcement directive. We have ECG jurisprudence. And that all enables us to implement that law. And if, you know, from a bit broader perspective, and it was mentioned also, this year we launched an infringement against a member state, and was mentioned, where these rules were not respected. And, you know, where certain requirements, additional requirements were put in place in the cases where third country nationals had resident permit, they had employment permit. So these are, of course, the cases where we need to enforce the legal framework. So in short, I think we have legal framework in place. We need to jointly implement that, Member States, European Commission. And of course, the realities are, as you say, that shortages of skills are putting very sharp focus also on that dimension in Europe.
I'm so happy about this answer, and I'm so surprised that you're not applauding, because, thank you. Because last year, Professor Herwig Verschuren has given us a speech about a possible regulation of third country nationals, posting of third country nationals, and the conclusion was that it's a very dangerous process to regulate it, because on one hand, we would like to incorporate all jurisprudence into the law to make clear rules, but on the other hand, we know how the legislative process in the European Union works. And I'm going to be a little bit bitter here, but I will just repeat what Professor said last year, that by the end of the day, we may end up with a Frankenstein, with a set of rules which are not only not clear, but which would put more new barriers. And there is a real danger. And I think Zbigniew Bartuś has rightly pointed it, that regulations are only good when they are good. So if there is no political consensus about regulating it, I'm actually very happy that the Commission is very reserved to put more regulation on the issue of posting of third country nationals. I agree, we do have the legal framework for that, which is sufficient. We just need to implement it. So the last question would be really about the administrative barriers, administrative procedures. How much there is responsibility of the member states to take the burden of administrative obligations, formalities from the employers, from the companies, and put it back to the public administration, in the sense that most of those forms can be actually filled out automatically with the data that are already in possession of the member states, of the public institutions, but we still have to fill in the forms and feed the system with more or less the same data. Is there a chance for this kind of simplification without really excessive regulation needed? Is there political willingness to do this kind of simplification?
By all means, because we already have, we already have an initiative, we already have a proposal in place that we have proposed, I think it was November 2024. It is called e-declaration. Maybe some of you who are more specialists in the field have heard of this initiative. And of course, the main objective is just that. Let's bring our administrative processes all together to the 21st century and try to get, you know, the digital support for what we are asking from companies and citizens. So I think my president, our president, President von der Leyen, was already quoted from the beginning. And her commitment also was on simplification enforcement and more single market, but specifically also on simplification, was very clearly spelled out also in the meeting with the informal meeting of European Council, so not so long ago, last month, where we are, as institution, committing ourselves to help to get European law simpler. Now, okay, there are people who also calculated this. 15 billion, can already be saved with so-called omnibus. I'm apologizing here for technical language, but omnibus proposals, which de facto means simplification proposals in different areas. And this is very big. What we see indeed, as you also have mentioned, once we put together such a law proposal, rather, then it travels to co-legislators, Council, European Parliament. Very often, some parts are changed, but that's okay. But some parts that are meant to simplify or make it maybe more complicated, or member states block simplification, or the Parliament does not agree because they feel this is not simplification, but rather deregulation. So my point here is that we need to have a joint effort by all institutions, but also from you who are supporting us. And I think it's very important that at the discussions such as today or alike, we have a chance to listen to you, and I'm very happy that many of you also talk to co-legislators, what it really means in practice if we keep the complicated system as it is. Just to conclude and give you this example, how we concretely would like to simplify your life when posting workers temporarily to another country. We came up with this proposal, which I mentioned on e-declaration, which would mean that we would set up at the EU level simple portal with a single form where the company that is going to post worker could fill in all the necessary data, and then these data are going to be, of course, kept, and if you then post the same person next time, you can also pull the same data. And certain type of information is going to be automatically pre-filled. Of course, we can never, do the full work, but what would be possible, that would be the objective, just to make these posted, declarations really much easier for the entrepreneurs. Because we see that many companies, especially SMEs, are having real, how would you say, absorption of resources for these purposes, unnecessarily, disproportionately a lot. And some of them then just maybe even give up opportunity to provide service cross-border because it's a lot of paperwork and then all what follows. The big companies usually tell us it's heavy, but we are then arranging it and it's really costly for us. We had a company who told us on average, we pay 150 euro per file to send some time worker only for 10 hours, and this company sends highly specialized engineers. So where are we with this initiative now? The initiative is being discussed in the Council and the Parliament, and mind you, it's blocked. And it's really, I hope, not for so long time, because now even the European Council leaders start putting the finger for this simplification measure. And I truly hope that we can have an agreement, because it comes, down to very technical things, but it can really be an important support, I think, for those who are operating in the single market.
Thank you very much. I think we all are waiting for less politically spectacular, but more effective measures that you have on your table. So we strongly support your effort. Thank you for being with us. Greetings from a minister who was called for safety reasons, security reasons, so he couldn't be here with us today. And thank you for a nice conversation. And I think we all deserve a coffee break now.
Thank you.
Zapraszam właśnie na kawę. Marek mnie wyręczył. Bardzo dziękuję Ci, Marku, za to.
Me at all. So if you don't wanna see me as somebody, oh no no, believe it, stop me. Don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Aren't you the guy who tried to let the word fight? Though it took some time to survive, you better on the other side. I'm all good already, so move on, it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So, if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, oh, no, no. If you wanna believe that you can stop me, babe. Don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Hey. If you don't wanna see me as somebody, oh, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, hey, don't show up. Never change things that I feel. If I could, maybe I'd give you my world. How can I when you won't take it from me? You can go your own way. Go your own way. You can go hey. You can go your own way. Go your own way. Tell me why everything turned around. Packing up is all you wanna do. If I could, baby, I'd give you my world. Open up, everything's waiting for you. You can go your own way. Go your own way. You can go another way. You can go your own way. Go your own way.
Spare a little again. Seems like me figures upside trees, white skin in linen, perfume wrist, and that hangs over these dreams. These dreams go on, it's my eyes. Every second of the night, these dreams, sleep is cold outside. Every moment I'm awake. Is it the clock? Spring fall. How long without a through the stained glass wall? My eyesight. How long? There's something out there I can't resist. I need to hide away from the pain. There's something out there, yeah, it says the sweetest song in silence that I've ever heard. Funny how I feel never touch the earth. You know that princess freedom is a kiss, but the prince hides his face. Dreams and these dreams go on, it's my life. Every second of the night, these dreams, sleep is cold outside. Every moment I'm away, right away.
They would blind of the moon too soon. They would squander the chance in the rush of the race. The reason we chase is lost in romance. And still we try to justify the waste for our days of man's greatest adventure. I blame you for the moonlit sky and the dream that died with the eagle's flight. I blame you for the moonlit nights when I wonder why I will still try.
Don't blame the sleeping satellite. Haven't got what it takes to advance, and we've been too soon. In a world of supreme, what does a scream endure? Ooh, more. We wonder why, if the earth sacrifice for the price of its greatest treasure.
I blame you for the moonlit sky and the dream that died with the eagle's flight. I blame you for the moonlit nights when I wonder why the sea still try. Don't blame this sleeping satellite. Sleeping satellite.
Create something phenomenal, don't you agree? Don't you agree? Do you feel rich? Juliet, don't you agree? Don't you agree? I need to go to sleep when I got you next to me. I know you can look back and you know what to choose. Come on. Is it hard? You ain't gotta choose. Come on. Adrenaline keeps on rushing in. The simulation we're dreaming in. Don't you agree? Don't you agree? I don't wanna live another life. This won't breathe tonight. Living it up. Who needs to go to sleep when I got you next to me? I know you can look back and you know what to choose. You ain't got to choose. Come on. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years and it's been here. Here comes the sun, here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Little darling, the smiles return into the faces. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been clear. Here comes the sun, here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Sun, 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 here it comes. Here it comes. Sun, 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 here it comes. Little darling, I feel that ice is slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years and it's been clear. Here comes the sun, here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Here comes the sun, here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Fear we're facing a problem. You love me no longer. I know, and maybe there is nothing that I can do to make you do. Mama tells me I shouldn't bother, that I ought to stick to another man. A man that surely deserves me, but I think you do. Love me, say that you love me. Fool me, go on. Fool me, pretend that you love me. Leave me, say that you need me. So I cry, and I beg for you to love me. Say that you love me. Leave me, just say that you need me. I can't care about anything but you. Lately I have desperately pondered, spent my nights awake and I wonder what I could have done in another way to make you stay. Reason will not reach a solution. I will end up lost in confusion. I don't care if you really care, as long as you don't go. Love me, say that you love me. Fool me, go on. Pretend that you love me. Leave me, say that you need me. So I cry, and I beg for you to love me. Say that you love me. Leave me, just say that you need me. I can't care about anything but you.
Holding back the years, thinking of the fear I've had so long. When somebody hears, listen to the fear that's gone, strangled by the wishes of Peter, hoping for the arms of later. get to me the sooner or later. Oh, holding back the years, chance for me to escape from all I've known, holding back the tears. Nothing here has grown. Wasted all my tears, wasted all those years. Nothing had the chance to be good, nothing ever could. Yeah, I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. So tight. Wasted all my tears, wasted all those years. Nothing had the chance to be good, 'cause nothing ever could. Oh yeah. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. Holding, holding, holding. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's all I have to do. All I have to say. You must think that I'm stupid. You must think that I'm a fool. You must think that I'm new to this, but I have seen it all before. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. 'Cause every time I open up, it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you, in case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. I know you're thinking I'm heartless. I know you're thinking I'm cold. I'm just protecting my innocence. I'm just protecting my soul. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. 'Cause every time I open up, it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you, in case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you're leaving me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. 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 No way that you'll see me cry. No way that you'll see me cry. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. No, 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 no. Oh.
Well, my friends, the time has come to raise the roof and have some fun. Throw away the work to be done. Let the music play on. Everybody sing, everybody dance. Lose yourself in wild romance. We gonna party, caramba, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing along all night long.
Szanowni Państwo, zapraszamy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us here in the room. We shall move on with our agenda in a minute.
People dancing all in the street. See the rhythm all in their feet. Life is good, wild and sweet. Let the music play on. Feel it in your heart and feel it in your soul. Let the music take control. We're going to party, laugh, fiesta. Come on and sing along all night long, all night, all night long, all night, all night.
Szanowni Państwo, witam po przerwie.
Welcome back after the break. This is the European Labour Mobility Congress. We've heard that the European single market is a promise. That's what has been said from this stage. In other words, it's a promise that every single entrepreneur in Europe can operate in this market, 450 million people strong. On top of that, you've got affiliated and friendly other countries and societies. And to do that, they do not need to be a professional lawyer exceeding Marcin's expertise. There are few and far between those. And he doesn't need to be a professional athlete. He can simply do their business and build another Google, another Airbus, a WeChat or Baidu, to quote Chinese projects. But the same could be true about the area of services. So there is this promise that they can focus on the job at hand. And this promise will never come true unless the barriers are done away with. The second part is about removing these barriers. The lineup of the next session is really great. Marek Benio and Mr. Vieni will take the floor now because they will say a few harsh words to the European institutions, and they will encourage them to actually remove those barriers.
I'm very pleased to introduce to you my dear colleague Davide Vieni from Udine, who is a fine lawyer specializing in posting of workers, and with all the pitfalls that are related to posting of workers. And before I hand the microphone to Davide, I would like to explain one thing. Van der Elst case was very simple, really, because it was about celebrating the common market, celebrating the single market, because we've learned from this judgment that if you hire a personnel, if you hire also third country nationals, as long as they are lawfully working and lawfully residing in one member state, the other member state to which they are posted should not put additional administrative barriers. In that case, in particular, they should not demand the work permit. What Germany did with this case, they've superficially incorporated it in their administrative practice, and they said, okay, if you come to Germany as a third country national and you are posted, no problem, we will not demand work permit because this is what is in the jurisprudence. But if you, this will apply only if you have 5 years of lawful record of residence in the other member state. And this is an obstacle that, of course, cannot be fulfilled. So now we have started, the Commission has started the infringement procedure against Germany for that Van der Elst visa case, not for Van der Elst rules. But we have more examples like that, one of which you have heard this morning from Stefan, and is related to the Polish legislation. But there is also one infringement that has been detected by Davide, and I would like to ask you to now explain to our audience what the infringement is, and then we will give floor to our panelists.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, but Marek left me with a quite ungrateful task of explaining you what we believe is a breach of the Van der Elst principle by the Italian law, specifically the Italian immigration law. Itself, it is not an impossible task. Doing it clearly in more or less 10 minutes is not exactly as easy. So forgive me if I have some notes with me. To give you a clear idea of what I am talking about, I have first to explain you how Italy regulates the access of third country nationals to its labor market. We have quotas. Each year, the national government issues a decree establishing how many third country nationals can come in and from where. Of course, such mechanism is far from ideal, especially for particular situations which include the provision of services, which rarely can afford the luxury of planning so much in advance. But we all know that rules have exceptions, right? Well, this specific rule of the quotas has many, dedicating to providing what we call extra quota access to all those special kind of workers that cannot fit with the general system. Such are the cases of highly skilled workers, artists, some kind of diplomats. And worry not, there is also an exception specifically tailored for the provision of services. However, all these quota accesses require visa. So, in the case of the provision of services, it would be a breach of the Van der Elst principles. But don't worry, because this exception itself has an exception. So, if the employer is established in another EU member state, no visa is required for his TCN's employees. It just needs to make a small notice. Not so small, actually. So far, so good, right? Obviously not. To access the exception dedicated to the provision of services, Italy applies a very weird condition. The underlying contract between the client and the posting employer has to be an appalto as defined by the Italian Civil Code. What is an appalto, you might ask yourself? For the sake of simplicity, though not accuracy, it is more or less what we all know as, in English, as a contract or a tender. But beware, Italy does want a contract that is an appalto as specifically defined by Article 1655 of the Civil Code. And I am not joking, they required it, specifically stating it in the law. And here, ladies and gentlemen, as we say in Italy, is where the donkey falls. If you want to come to Italy to build a house or to install heavy machinery, you can bring your third country nationals with you, provided you are patient enough to go through all the paperwork. If your aim is to hire out third country nationals in Italy, though, tough luck. At the moment, you can only take them on a holiday, which is still a good suggestion, but not very good for your business. Is it fair? No. Is it compliant with the EU law? I don't think so. And so does Marek. So with a bit of luck and a lot of patience, then we aim to replicate the success of the infraction procedure against Germany in this case too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jak widać, chwytamy byka.
So, we are taking the bull by the horn, so to speak. We need to think how to combat these absurdities in practice, because there are all these tricks that are deployed by various member states. In a moment, we'll hear practitioners discussing those, those things. Now, you will hear a number of stories, anecdotes, and they might ring familiar. If they do ring familiar, please remember that the best experts in this area are available here, and you can approach them during one of those breaks. I will remind you about that in a moment. Now, away with barriers, how we can rebuild our competitiveness. Nadia Winiarska from Leviathan Confederation. Madam Dr. Marek Kiełbasa from ELMI. Grzegorz Marcinisza-Skolisz. Przemysław Schmidt, who is a lawyer and entrepreneur. And Stefan Schwarz, the president of ELMI, very well known to all of you. We've already heard a round of applause, and I'm asking you to do your best to deserve this applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear speakers, welcome to our panel. And we started with this power speech of Stefan, which was like a Hitchcock's film. And we also listened to Mr. Benio and Davide, and we follow the vein. As we know, Europe is losing because of the barriers it imposed on itself. According to IMF, the cost of these barriers equals to tariffs of 110%, and the bureaucracy related to posting of workers is a cost to European employers exceeding 500 billion zlotys. So we will now take a closer look at the situation. If you allow me, I'd like to ask Nadia the first question. How has it happened that the new regulations that infringe the EU law and that block the issuance of visas and work permits and this way block the posting of employees? How come they have gone through all this legislatory process? Haven't anyone thought about their impact on economy and the fact that they infringe the EU law? Let me just remind you that Elmi and Leviathan, they made comments on every step of the legislative process. They were sent to senators, MPs, members of commissions, even the special commission. I can prove it by the emails I sent myself. So Nadia, how come it has happened? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by reminding you how the legislative process looked like, because after all, we were speaking about the whole package of Migration Act that introduced the reform in June 2025, and now the employers live in a completely different reality because the practice of public servants has also changed together with this act. And also the ministry responded to our concerns, saying that the draft bill would go through different commissions, and they came to conclusion that the act was in line with the EU law. But what the public servants actually do results from their practice and from lack of clear definitions. Well, in the letter that you sent to the Prime Minister yesterday, you called for the change of definitions in the act. However, what was the most interesting for the employers was another regulation that fortunately was removed, but it was at the level of the proceedings in the Senate, and the whole discussion concerned the possibility of limiting providing services as part of civil contracts. This is what the whole debate focused on, and entrepreneurs focused on changing these legislations. Of course, we also informed the ministry that, in our opinion, it could result in the limitation of the freedom of provision of services. And now we can say, haven't we warned you? Because now the the public servants, if they see that an employee is to be posted to another EU member state, they just don't issue the work permit. Now, if we are to talk about the pillars of the EU, we also need to think about this migration policy and such issues as the quotas mentioned in the opening speech. Well, we don't have them in Poland, but these are the rights of EU member states to impose such quotas, and they are under the jurisdiction of a given member state. And if we move from this protectionism, if we are to move from protectionism to competitiveness, we need to take a step back and think about the goals set by migration policy. And it says clearly that safety and security are first. So if there are any attempts to make the regulations more liberal, everybody is concerned. So we have seen great opposition on the part of the ministry, the MPs, the senators. Well, I'm pleased with at least our warnings concerning the civil contract have been removed from the act, but the act is full of unclear regulations. And this, of course, leads to many obstacles concerning posting of workers and also wherever services are provided for third parties, because a new regulation has been introduced. It's very general and broadly interpreted by public servants. So we asked for the right interpretation and making sure that the practices were homogeneous. But in practice, of course, it looks way worse than what we had expected. And yes, at every stage of the legislative process, we had our concerns. Concerns relating to the possibility of providing services. And we actually made a dozen of such comments, several dozen, but they were ignored. Well, thank you very much. It was exactly 1 year ago that we were here, including some of the speakers, that we went to the meeting of the Senate Commission. I believe that it was already night when we were leaving the Senate. That's what it looked like. I have a similar question to Stefan. When you meet politicians or officials, well, usually we do it together, right? We get prepared to such meetings together. So I know your sentiments here. I know the challenges and what we have to deal with when we try to fight against barriers and legislative practices that infringe the EU law. But let me ask you a similar question to the one Nadia had. Why was there no reflection on the part of the legislator concerning the results of this law, the impact of this law on Polish and EU economy? Well, I will take you for a journey on what the legislative process looks like, or what it looked like. So there's an order from above saying we want to have a project, a bill of an act that will infringe immigration, increase safety and security, and people need to feel that the government looks after them. Of course, here we are talking about the competence of the Ministry of Labor, so such a task is imposed on an official who works in a department and which prepares a draft bill that has several dozen of pages. But after all, such an official should be apolitical, right? Such a civil servant should serve the state, right? And also, other people laugh that, such an official is an EU official. They should follow the EU law. And people laugh it off. But after all, it is reality. So if such a person is not apolitical and does not feel that they are an EU official as well, they just make a draft bill full of traps caused by ideological and political conventions, and puts into it one error that everybody focuses on, and this way diverges attention from all these smaller steps that are taken. And then, of course, the Prime Minister requires that everything is done quickly and robustly because people need to feel that something is being done. And also there's the issue of social consultation, public consultation. So such a draft bill is sent without any amendments. No one has any comments. And then another draft bill is put forward. The consultation is closed, and there's information sent to the Council of Ministers that there are no comments to the bill. And because people demand security, it is all pushed forward. No one reads this document, and no one checks whether it infringes the EU law. Of course, there's the Minister for European Affairs who agreed on this another bill instantly. And then this official, has this document from the minister who says that the bill is in line with the EU law, and says, well, why do you have anything against it? And then such an official goes to different MPs, and MPs are afraid to vote against the bill because it will worsen their position in the party. And they vote for what the boss asked for. Then, if someone says anything against the bill, in the Polish Sejm, their microphone is switched off, they say that they're disloyal and so on. And that's how it all happened. Yes, precisely. That's what it looked like. But, change is coming, and hopefully the situation will be much better. I have a question to Grzegorz, who is an entrepreneur and who has to deal with this barriers made by the sending country and the hosting country. So the service exporters, they also suffer because of these regulations, and they have also become a victim of all this because they didn't shout loud enough for someone who is at the top of administration to hear. So what can you do? Well, we have you first and foremost. Well, it is easy to make a scapegoat from an entrepreneur because an entrepreneur, employs people, prepares documents, needs to find a consultation point abroad, contact this point, come up with all these A1 forms, send the employees, supervise them, and then in the end fight against its own government so that they can, do their job. So I believe that we shouldn't burden the entrepreneurs because after all, their task is to employ employees, to pay taxes, to pay contributions, and this way build the value of the country and their own company. They should not run between ministries because if I have to run from one minister to another, then I have no time to go from one customer to another, and then I lose my income. So I'm very pleased with the fact that we have you. So from the point of view of single entrepreneurs, such as myself, well, my voice is mute. No one's going to listen to me. No one's going to take it into account. After all, we've heard here what it all looks like when you meet public servants. Yes, exactly. The business of business is business. This should be the core of your operation. And I believe that if we are on our own, it is much more difficult. But if we could build a coalition based on knowledge, then we can have some leverage. Then this information is passed on by such organizations as ours. Yes, but let's take a look at the other side of the coin. If nothing is done about it, if the steps taken are wrong, or if nothing is done so that the employers can operate, then something needs to be done. After all, the aim of every employer is to earn money. So in the end, we will make steps to work, right? If we can't do it in Poland, then we will move some of our business outside of Poland. And not hypothetically, but we will actually do it. To be honest, I have already taken some steps to open business in France. And if the situation is continued, I will have to relocate 40% of my resources. If you think that all those who post employees and generate income at the level of 32%, 32 billion, relocate their resources at the level of 40% to other EU member states, our country will lose around 15 billion. Now, if we take a look at this from the perspective of someone who is not an EU national, then, well, we are all thinking about it from the perspective of a team. If there's a welder, a specialist, who is not an EU country national, then the whole team is in trouble, right? Because if he cannot perform his work, then others can't do it either. So this cross-border service cannot be provided and we lose. And in our case, the whole team loses. They can't pursue a project. I need to find a different team, or I need to find something else for them to do in Poland. If I don't do it, I have to dismiss them. So whichever way you go, someone will lose.
Wielkością cyfrę 30
32 billion zlotys. In this context, it looks even worse. Thank you for this very tangible example. Przemek, a question to you, if I may. Give us the helicopter view here. You are a very experienced entrepreneur, after all, and you have a very fresh look, so please be so kind as to present your perspective. I've been listening to what the previous speakers have said, very experienced, I've been very interested. And what I thought was sometimes we get used to discomfort. We wear these uncomfortable shoes, we wear plasters, and we continue to do that until somebody shows us better shoes. And this is when we learn that you can do things easier. In other words, the question is, why are things the way they are? Why are they set up in such a silly fashion? Let's go back 250 years. Let us see how the US was founded. Mind you, they were putting together a federal country. The EU is not one of those. But this is a very good and relevant example in the context of economy. So, the tenets was that whatever can be decided at the state level should be, and it makes sense. People at lower tiers know better what is good for them, so over 90% of things is taken care of at a low level, courts, administration, very few things are taken care of by the federal authorities. But the federal authorities take care of things that cannot be handled at a lower level. Army is a separate thing, right? But there is this clause in the US Constitution, it's called the interstate commerce. So the Americans concluded this: whatever is about the interstate economy needs to be handled at the federal level, because we will simply trip over our own shoelaces, which is exactly what we are doing here in Europe. We have created a monster. Let's look where we are. There are three basic European freedoms. That's what we rely on. A free movement of people and services and goods is one of them. Theoretically, no borders. But immigration and visa policies are handled at the national level. Can you apply for a visa to Jersey or Texas? A silly question. Of course you cannot. These issues are handled centrally. So in the EU, we have this monster. We are wearing shoes that are painful to wear. In other words, the EU needs to be reformed. You need to take this bird's eye view and say, it makes no sense. We need a sensible immigration policy. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, their immigration policies are reasonable. It's not only about asylum seekers there, it's just 2 or 3%. Most of them are going to be people who are looking for temporary work to help their families. I worked in the US for a few years for a stock company, and I had this L1 visa. I never intended to stay there. I stayed for 2, maybe 3 years. Then the document elapsed. I moved to Poland. You can do the same thing here in Europe. Why is it not happening? I believe that there are certain political limitations. I understand that it's not all that straightforward. But what we have right now, let's be honest, makes no sense. It's those uncomfortable shoes that we are wearing. Thank you for this helicopter view and for referring to the US. So, somebody put it even more bluntly when they described how we get used to things that are uncomfortable.
można powiedzieć, tej takiej drugiej rundy, którą sobie
So let's move to the second round of questions that I want to tackle here. What about this mental approach? Mental approach to the issue at hand. If I may, the first question will be put to Nadia. I know that you are in touch with various politicians and public servants. You are doing your utmost to make the law more friendly to entrepreneurs so that the law would support competitiveness. All of us, as we sit here in this room, know certain things, right? We see certain things, and we see that the lever is being switched from protectionism to competitiveness. There is this example that has been mentioned a number of times, the terrible 10, right? The terrible 10 barriers. And barriers to posting is ranked as number 9. Here at Elmi, we've been waiting for it for 13 years. And we've been waiting for such a revolution, that is. So a switch has been made, but is that true about the Polish public servants and politicians or not? Has it taken root or not? Let me start with the European perspective. We are a member of Business Europe. Yesterday, studies were published and they had been carried out by this organization. We associate employees from a number of various European member states. We share ideas, we sit on various experts panels. In other words, we have identified certain challenges and we are not alone in it. Business Europe Barometer has published some papers on that. So the EU Commission's agenda on competitiveness is viewed positively by 60% of respondents. Still, many say that when it comes to global investments and whether investments come to Europe or not, well, things are not doing great. It's getting worse. So we have excessive regulations, and there are these economic interests on the one hand and this willingness to protect, and it's difficult to balance these things out. You know, there is also another value because we want to protect our workers. We cherish those workers' rights here in the EU. So this is how things stand. I do participate in those various European meetings, and I tell at those meetings what we face in Poland. And when I say what I have to say, I'm met with misunderstanding. People do not always get what I'm saying. But at this point, at the EU level, they started getting it. They are getting it that we need to combat excessive regulations. They understand that we need to become more competitive so that we do not lose out to the US and China. Draghi's report is quoted everywhere. It was also quoted quite widely during the Polish presidency, so lessons have been drawn. But now the time has come to move to action. And now let me present the Polish point of view. Where are we now? We are euphoric, right? We are the 20th biggest economy in the world. We've made it. Things are great. This is what people are thinking. And they do not want to reflect on things. They do not want to think about the impact of all these barriers down the line, a few years down the line, because the Polish entrepreneurs might be willing to move their businesses elsewhere. We're already seeing that, because in certain sectors, there is a scarcity of people, a scarcity of employees. So the barriers are there. they do not always stem from regulations, but rather from practice. You need to wait long. The procedures take forever. The interpretation is not consistent. The public servants enforce the regulations. They do what they can, but sometimes we are trying to send messages to higher tiers, but it doesn't really work because they don't know what to do. So when it comes to migration policy, because I'll use this as an example, a number of ministries need to be involved. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Family, the Authority for Foreigners needs to be involved. So we see how things are. They are aware of how things are, but things are simply too political. Those things have been politicized. And what we do not see is a consensus. So things are not great when it comes to our economic interests. The impact of all that we will see in a few years' time, and that is when we can say, we've told you so. Stefan, what about this Polish mentality on the one hand and the fact that the lever has been switched to the other side of the spectrum? Can you tell us a bit more about that? I've been jotting down some things. I talked to Madam Director. And the US soldiers are told, thank you for your service. So at this point, we need to use similar words because we need to defend our future. We need to change our mentality to defend our future. So what can the Commission do? The Commission can do away with certain impacts, barriers, but they're like a virus. It's a bit of a whack-a-mole, right? Those things infect one another, and we here in Poland got infected with things that we had never seen before. It's about a certain mentality, which is very much what we heard in Brussels in 2015. As NDMPs expressed a very similar sentiment to what we are now seeing and hearing here in Poland. It's about mentality. That mentality needs to be changed. Now, Professor De Hein says this. Foreigners, migration, it's all good. We know that. But a regular citizen will always ask, how does it benefit me? Some people will not benefit from it. Some people simply lose out. So it is the public servants' mentality that needs to be changed. The thing is, the public servants were trained hearing such things as social dumping and so on and so forth. And this is the reality that they lived in. This is the mentality that they developed back then. And this mentality has stuck with them. This mentality can be changed and will be changed whenever we realize the situation that we are in. Look, the European GDP has dropped by 30%, or even more in the last few decades. AI, Europeans are no longer entrepreneurial. We have no economic growth. There is a growing unemployment. Fortunately, Draghi drafted his report and told us how to solve this problem. And he said, it's important to you because you've got a family, you've got kids. Those kids will be Europeans and they want to have prosperous, good lives, healthy lives in the future. That's why it matters. That's why it's relevant. We need to change the public servants' mentality. That's what we need to do. So this mentality impacted the law as well. The thing is, we absorb these things at various speeds. We have our own convictions, and they simply impact what they think today. They believe that there is a certain pathology, it needs to be fought, and it's good for Europe. That's what people believe. Now, Grzegorz, I'm looking at you. You are a Polish entrepreneur. You have been active in the single market quite successfully. So, can you give us a good tip vis-a-vis this switching of a lever? I cannot give you a single tip. What Madam Director has said is quite important because we can see both the intent and action when it comes to raising our competitiveness. But I've got a question to Madam Director. Who is going to do that exactly? We do not have employees. Without employees, you cannot raise your competitiveness. Words are not enough. It needs action. It's something that needs to be done. I'll give you my own example here. I've got partners who come from India. DITP is one of the projects we work on, technical training program. It's a Japanese government project. It is co-signed by the Indian authorities. The Ministry for the Development of Skills and Entrepreneurship is involved. 400,000 people a year are involved. Now, what is it about? Japan transfers their know-how, innovation, skills to developing countries. There, in those other countries, are trained in whatever Japan needs at that time. You can accede to the project, people are trained for a few months, and after a few months, they get a trained person. They go to Japan. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people that are involved every year. Skill development program is a similar project that of Saudi Arabia. It's mostly aimed at Aramco. And in those centers in India, they train only highly skilled workers. Those programs are there. If we want to compete, we need to have people that we are going to work with. We need to be able to generate that capability, but we need to hire people somehow. We need to look at Asia. The way I see it, the European job market is quite attractive, really attractive for Asian employees. And I believe that we can attract the most talented people. 1,700,000,000 people. This is how many people you've got in India, right? It's a huge market. So we can follow in the footsteps of Japan. And when it comes to an increase in unlawful activity, it's negligible. So I believe that we need to follow in the footsteps of Japan and India. So to be competitive, we need to have the people that we can put to work so that we can be competitive. Right. Yes, those tools are very much needed. Thank you for that.
Przemysław, what's your view on this issue, especially when it comes to this mentality change? Well, I'm also a psychologist by profession, so I believe that mentality cannot be changed that easily. Well, of course, you can introduce certain instruments and they can be helpful without changing mentality. I mentioned one of them, this big project of changing the EU. Now, we're talking about migration. In Europe, we have too few workers. There's too little labor force. I have a colleague who works in the Netherlands. She needs welders. She trains them and brings them from third countries. They are needed, for example, in Dresden, there's a huge project and there are too few welders there, so she posts them there. And now the majority of these people are people who simply wish to earn money, send this money to their families, and go back to their countries. It's the majority of them. The system is just vile, you know. They have to apply for asylum. They stay in asylum camps for asylum seekers at the cost of the taxpayers and wait there without any aim. So we need to have organizations that will be responsible for these employees who will be monitored. Of course, they will pay taxes and so on and so on. And if they work well, you know, they can apply for another visa. If they, for example, commit some crime, then of course they won't be given another visa, will be expelled and so on. So I'm really surprised that no one does such things because, you know, it's all very simple. Yes, we are circling around all these tools and mentality changes, which won't take place in a fortnight. I also want to talk now about the change of the policy of the EU, which is absolutely necessary for us to survive and to feel secure in Europe and to live according to your own needs and interests. So now I have a question to Stefan about this radical change of politics. We already see some harbingers of it in the EU. Is it necessary that we turn everything upside down for this change to take place? And what would this mean in Polish reality? Or perhaps this change should be more generic. Perhaps you shouldn't turn everything upside down, but just improve certain things. Well, I was inspired by your question, Martin, because a similar discussion was led by Bettina Schelle with at a conference in Riyadh, where everybody came to a conclusion that everything had to be turned upside down and just, you know, rebuilt from scratch. But I'd like to ask you the following. Who wants the barriers to be taken down? Well, companies, of course, they are there at the bottom and they see that they have customers, but they can't provide services and so on. I believe that the Minister of Finance would also benefit from a change because the budgets in Poland are really tight. So yes, it's important for them customers. They would also like to see a change because if they can't get a service that's necessary for them to end up their project, you know, they are not able to end up the project and sometimes may go bankrupt. Is there any one of you who knows of someone who would like to see these changes? Well, Madam Director, definitely Ursula von der Leyen. And who would like to see the barriers to be there? Well, public servants, officials, they've been taught for decades that, you know, you have to fight against employers and so on. Well, lawyers, they live off complex laws. You know, they train about this law, they explain things, if everything was simple in terms of law, they would lose their jobs. So very often, we are against lawyers. But of course, Davide, for example, he would like to see the barriers to be taken down. Though I believe that many lawyers in Italy make money off these complex rules. Now, politicians, they are afraid that they will lose support. And if they lose support, worse people will come and replace them. Now, left-wing politicians, they build their ideology on protecting citizens against bad immigrants. Now, the academia, scientists, they don't see the need to get these barriers down. Have you heard of any university project how to take down the barriers? I haven't heard of any. Okay, there are very many projects on the exploitation of carers, guidelines for victims of abuse, exploitation, and so on. For the past 13 years, I've seen heaps of such documents. There's this a regular project of trade unions, abuse and exploitation in live-in care. So, they get this money for the project, they find someone who says, yes, I was a carer and I was exploited. But then, the project ends because there's no more money for it. So I believe that the majority of European academics, they combat exploitation. But the best university, Stanford University, they have projects as part of which they want to make sure that US businesses are the best in the world. And yes, trade unionists, they don't want to see the barriers gone down. So if you sit at a table and 80% of people around it don't really want to see the barriers down, how can you do anything about it? Well, it's a $1 million question. Let me put it this way. Now, we know the diagnosis made by Mario Draghi in his report. So let's take a look at the perspective of an entrepreneur who on everyday basis tries and combat the barriers and use their fundamental right and freedom to provide services. Let's think about the barriers and how they impact their everyday operation. Let me make this provocative question. Do you have a ranking of barriers? Is there any golden barrier? So the most important. Yes, the waiting time is free of charge and it may be extended. So no one knows when the decision will be made, when the TRC document will be sent, and so on. And then after a couple of months, they get information that, yes, the decision is made, but, it will last only 4 months. So people go home and then go back and still stay without necessary documents in the country and can't be posted anywhere. Yes, so this is this chief barrier. Now, the previous stay permissions were easier to obtain. So the employee got this stay permit. It was all done in paper, but it was simpler. Now it's all done digitally. You know, you go from one institution to another, then you have to fill in this form, but it turns out that it's not you, but the employee has to do it, and that this form has to be signed by this trusted profile, but he can't do it, you know, and in the end, it all ends up badly, and an employee might be even deported. So even when you apply for this stay or residence title, and if you are outside of the of Poland at the moment, so for example, you stay in France, well, if you apply for it, but if you don't get it within the period of time that's on your residence title, then you need to leave the country to which you were posted and come back to Poland. And then it's not funny anymore, because such a person loses their job in France. People who work with them lose their jobs as well. And this barrier doesn't make sense, because if you have already applied for a residence title, and if you've done it in time, then your residence in the Republic of Poland is legal as long as you receive a refusal. So I believe that if a person applies for this title of residence in Poland, then their residence should be legal in a different EU member state, because their title has not been cancelled, revoked. So I believe that if we removed this one small element, then all those who have already been posted, who work as part of foreign projects, they won't have to come back to Poland and so on. So here's the problem of the legality of residence, work, and so on. So yes, this is this most important barrier that we've observed. Thank you very much for presenting this barrier for us in such a great detail. We are still before lunch on the first day of the conference, but the competition for this golden barrier has already been resolved. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the most recent data that we have from the Social Insurance Institute, we see that this blockade imposed on employers whose employees provide services in other member states has already started. And to quote Mario Draghi, it has already started killing our European companies. So in this round of questions, we are slowly coming to an end. Let me ask you, Nadia, whether you believe that this blockade and infringement of the treaty related to it might be seen as this conscious policy of the government, or the result of a mistake, or maybe ideologically guided decision of a public servant. Well, I can only share my observations here, but let me refer to what was said here before. Stefan, you mentioned innovation. Let me only remind you that in our migration strategy, it is said clearly that migrants kill innovation because they hamper technological development and put a halt to the development of Polish companies.
When it comes to turning the table, I sit at the table with all these stakeholders mentioned by Steffel. I represent employers there. And I'm trying to say that you shouldn't put everybody into the same bag. Yes, we want to bring down abuse. But all the employers might suffer because of that. We are standing in the same queue to get various documents, visas, residence permits. You cannot accelerate the procedure in any way. And you've mentioned how various entities can get certified. For example, agencies could be named here. It's a thing that keeps coming back. There was this meeting that I participated at. It was about people that have unregulated status. Various stakeholders were represented, and I reiterated there that we want to be seen as those that follow all those procedures, but we cannot. We cannot because it's too time-consuming and they do not work. And the ministry rightly said, so we would need an extra office where the employers would be verified. The question is, who's going to do that? The idea is right, but it has never gained any political approval. And yes, the public servants agree that when an employer does everything by the book, they should be privileged in this procedure more so than other companies, including letterbox companies and so on and so forth. But the thing is, there is a scarcity of workers. In public administration, there are too few people, and they are remunerated the way they are. It's all interconnected, right? These are connected vessels. There are certain liberal rules that have been in place for a long time, and it's changing. Now, in the eyes of the Western countries, we are seen as a country that had a very liberal migration policy. It is something that I hear time and time again. But the thing is, now we're hearing from the authorities, from the government, this is over. New procedures, new rules. We agree. Abuse and fraud should be limited. But there are various rules that are not working. We are looking forward to a moment when all these rules are enforced properly, so that public servants issue their decisions on time within deadlines stipulated in the regulations. And yes, we get in touch with MPs and we get in touch with politicians, but there is no openness on the other side. Yes, we are a country that is more prone to immigration than migration. There has been a change. We need people to work, but it is basically very difficult to negotiate those things. Yes, I can confirm that, unfortunately. I know for a fact that you are very active. So, when there is a need to turn the table, I'm sure you're going to help to pull it off. That's for sure. Przemek. How do you see the current context? You are quite experienced. you know about various things. So maybe the public servants do what they do because of a certain political agenda. There is this nursery rhyme, the Polish nursery rhyme written by Mr. Brzechwa. And basically, it's a poem about this Gregory. He's got a bag of sand, and he finds it easier and easier to go across the village. But the thing is, there is a hole in the bag, and he's finding it easier to walk because there is less and less sand in the bag. So, it applies quite well to the current situation. So, yes, people are finding it easier to walk, but there is less and less essence, right? Public servants need to realize that they are not generating anything. It's the businesses that generate things. We all pay taxes, and it is out of these taxes that public servants' salaries are paid. And I do not mean it in a bad way. There are many nice people amongst public servants. The thing is, we need to remember once we run out of this metaphorical sand, we will lose substance and money, and Javier Milei or Elon Musk will come and, launch their axe or chainsaw, right, to cut things. So, the diagnosis is there. Let's look ahead. My question is going to be a bit lengthy, but I will ask you to be brief in your answers. Let's start with Stefan. We had a talk before the panel, and you said in 2011 you were flying and you had a landing in Hong Kong. You were impressed by how fast things happen there, how hard people work there, how entrepreneurial they are. They've got their own hard working culture, and that Europe will simply yield under this Asian pressure. And there was this Congress in Saudi Arabia. You could see this huge determination there, especially on the part of young people. They want to grow their competencies and benefit from various opportunities. So, what about the future, short and mid-term? Przemysław, I want to follow up on what you said on those shoes. I've got these shoes, I run in them, they're comfortable, everybody's jealous, but suddenly you realize that everybody is running as twice as everybody else. Your shoes may be beautiful, but they're uncomfortable, and you're going to lose, as cute as they could be. When it comes to the most ridiculous obstacles and barriers, there is this thing called replacement. It's a ridiculous thing. Even the host countries that look askance at posting, they don't accept it, they don't approve it. Belgium, France, they all discard it. The thing is, imagine that I post work into Paris. The first one is going to be insured here in Poland. However, when they are followed by another person, they need to be insured in France rather than in Poland. So basically, whoever person follows the first one is going to be insured in the host country. I think that this is the most ridiculous things that the EU has come up with. There is this draft regulation, and there is a change there. Then a person posted from Poland might be employed in Poland, they pay taxes in France, but they will be insured in Cyprus when or if their employer had a major project in Cyprus. The European Parliament rapporteur had this dream to introduce that provision. So coming back to Asia and Hong Kong, you go there and you feel this entrepreneurial spirit. You know, we will be left behind by them. Everybody knows that. But the thing is, in 2013, maybe 17, we went to Belgium. And we had talks there. We knew that things are going to end. You could see that. And a few years have passed and things are over. I've been to Riyadh recently. And I saw all these young students, all these young people, they are so ambitious as we were right after we joined the EU. I want to open a company, I have dreams, I want to learn, I want to power through. So we see that everyone has changed their mentality but us. It's terrifying. So I've been to Finland. I met a person there, and this guy, he was quite pale. So I say, I've received latest data. In Finland, we've got 11% of unemployment. This is what he said, 11% of unemployment. That's the unemployment rate. I've told him my story, and he's listening, he's still smiling, and he is the head of the Finnish trade unions. What's happened? I don't know, says he. We are lazy. We're not innovative. Young people do not want to open any companies in Finland. I don't know what's the root cause. The mentality has been changing. He was truly terrified, I must say. He was terrified.
Związków transportowych z Wielkiej Brytanii.
And there was this guy, the head of trade unions, truckers' trade unions in the UK. So when it came to the mobility package, basically it was about disarming the Polish companies. What did I do? Said he. I painted the EU in bad light. This is why we left. So basically what I did, I made a huge mistake. I thought I was doing the right thing, but I have made so much harm. Yes, this British example here that you've given is quite evocative. Let me put it this way. All the more so because we saw that Brexit happened and what the impact was, and we know what the Britons think now, even if they supported Brexit to begin with. Grzegorz. We shall have a wrap-up, and it needs to have to do with both the present and the future. We're talking about competitiveness. Why did we lose competitiveness? How did it come about? Why we, Europe, are losing our competitive edge? And when it comes to midterm, forecasts are saying that the EU is going to be left behind. How do you think? Yes, we are going to be left behind. Europe has actually covered So no, some people say that the third country nationals are killing competitiveness. My partners from India wanted to invest a lot of money. You know, certain prefab elements of nuclear plants were to be built here. Our visas were never granted, so it didn't happen. So we want to be competitive, but we don't have the people that we could put to work to be competitive. If you apply for a visa in Singapore, you're going to get it in 2 weeks' time. You apply, you get it, you go, you work, you return. So we cannot compete when we don't have the tools to compete. We need to improve those things. We can appreciate the work done at the EU level, the work completed by Madam Director, but first we need the people that wants to work and can work. Yes, we want to compete with the Asian and American market, but we don't have the troops, metaphorical troops, that we could send to battle. They win because they simply grant people opportunities that we do not. Look at my company. We cannot scale if we do not have the people, the employees. It's undoable. Even if we had any financing from private equity, we still cannot scale if we do not have the people that will do the work. The internal market, you say, well, it's not going to help. It's good that we have the internal market, it's willing, but to enter said market, you need to have the people that will do the work. So I believe that we can leave you with this conclusion. To end on an optimistic note, we talked about the golden barrier. But we could talk about the golden rule, or the role model to follow could be Singapore. So thank you, Nadia, Przemek, Stanisław. So thank you to all our panelists. A round of applause. Thank you for that. Marcin, thank you for the moderation. You've been quite good a moderator. One day, when those photos are sent to space, somebody's going to read that this was the breakthrough moment when the table was turned. So use this photo opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. A number of harsh and strong words have been said, but I'm a columnist, so I can use an even stronger language. Let's climb even higher when it comes to our point of view. We are basically, essentially,
jakimś ministrem, to on wie, że robią głupio.
We are taken hostage by populists. We've been taken hostage by populists. So, when it comes to posting from third countries, there are strong populist voices. Also, remember that the EU is waging war. I've spoken to an important person in Davos. Somebody said, you are in Italy, far away from the front line. Forget that. No, you are always close to the front line. Even if you are in Madeira, the war is being waged in the virtual space. I've got a friend who is actually working and combating the Russian misinformation. Trolls are actually using such subjects, and they try to convince us about things that are ridiculous. I ran those workshops for Reuters when the Brexit was about to happen. People did not believe that it might be pulled off. But the thing is, you had Cambridge Analytica, and they managed to sway a small share of the population, and ultimately they sway the whole nation. And this is what happened. This is a watershed moment, like the one that I've mentioned. Trolls are active, and they use this subject, and populists are not getting any weaker, they're actually getting stronger. People are actually dumb, and yes, I've used this word advisedly. They believe that they can pick and choose from a populist package, but no. If you vote for a populist party, it's going to impact you negatively sooner or later. It you are going to pay for that sooner or later. The good news is this. Look, for 13 years, ELMI has been doing a lot of good work. And remember, the mental paradigms were different. You had to fight populism, and it's a fight that has been won. Look at the European Commission, look at the trade unionist that has been mentioned. Now they know that they've been acting against their own interests and the interests of their own families. And we need to do the work step by step, bit by bit. This current populism is extremely dangerous because those populists are supported by major players. Russia, China, there it's different because the internet there is controlled by the authorities. What about the US? Well, look at TikTok and how it has been taken over. Freedom of speech, it was not. So we need to realize, we need to be informed. The more we know, the more aware we are, the easier it is to educate others. Well, our lunch is already getting cold, but the next session will be launched with data. Frederic has won an important award, and he's very important to all of us. Our congresses always involve him. So we will start with data, strong data sets, and this is how we're going to launch the next session. Now we can break for lunch. You can walk there. Let's return 20 past. 20 past. We are going to reconvene 20 past.
Our memories, they can be inviting, but some are rough to get in mind, frightening. And as we die, both you and I, with my head in my hands and sit and cry. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. It's all ending, I gotta stop pretending who we are, who we You and me, I can see you sighing. I will. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, you wanna run away with me, you know a galaxy and I could take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into the rhythm, but music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shine just the way I like. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me in the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby, my sugar boo. I'm levitating, the Milky Way. We're renegading, yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating, you, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. I believe that you're for me. I feel it in your energy. I see yours written in the stars. We can go wherever, so it's do it now or never, baby. Nothing's ever, ever too far. Glitter in the sky, glitter in your eyes, shine just the way we are. I feel like we're forever every time that we're together. Wherever, let's get lost, Mars. You want me, I want you, baby, my sugar boo. I'm levitating, the Milky Way. We're renegading, yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating, you, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. Love is like a rocket with your blast off. I'm still so electric, that's why I stop. And if I want to, I can come start. Yeah, 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 yeah. Love is like a rocket with your blast off. And I'm feeling so electric, that's why I stop. And if I want to, I can't stop. Yeah, 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 yeah. You want me, I want you, baby, my sugar boo. I'm levitating, the Milky Way. We're renegading, yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating, you, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. Today is gonna be the day that you're gonna throw it back to you. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Back then, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you had it all before, but you never really had a doubt. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we have to walk are winding, and all the lights that lead us, they're blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. 'Cause maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me in the terror. You're my wonderwall. And all the roads that lead us, they're blinding. And all the lights that light the way are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. 'Cause maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me in the terror. You're my wonderwall. If you could read my mind, if you really looked deep, then maybe you'll find that somewhere there would be a place hidden behind my comedian face. You will find somewhere there's a house, and inside that house there's a room. Locked in a room in the corner you just one question. And yeah, God is great. Yeah, God is good. Yeah. What if God was one of us? Just as love like one of us. Just a stranger on the bus, trying to make his way home. If God had a face, what would it look like, and would you wanna see? If seeing meant that you would have to believe in things like heaven and in Jesus and the saints and all the prophets. Yeah, God is great. Yeah, God is good. Yeah. What if God was one of us? Just as love like one of us. Just a stranger on the bus, trying to make his way home. Like I got to heaven alone. Nobody calling on the phone, except for the moment being wrong. What if God was one of us? Just as love like one of us. Just a stranger on the bus, trying to make his way home. Just trying to make his way home. Like a holy rolling stone, back up to heaven all alone. Nobody calling on the phone, except for the love may be wrong.
down tonight. And I was a king under your control. And I wanna feel like you let me go. So let me go. I have to break myself to carry on. No love and no admission. Take this from me tonight. Oh, let's fight. Oh, let's fight, baby. Oh, let's fight. Ooh, yeah. I wanna feel like you let me go. So let me go. Let go, let go, let go of everything. 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 I am not the person you remember, and it wasn't painted for me. Oh, is it really the same old story? No, not that it makes a difference. I've just been outside, swallowed by a strange cover. Blue for the sticky floors and the haunting processions and the bars you moved me about every few years. Oh, is it really the same old story? No, not that it makes the difference. I've just been outside. I am not the person you remember, and it wasn't painted for me. Oh, is it really the same old story? No, not that it makes a difference. I've just been outside, swallowed by a strange cover. Every breath you take, every move you make, every bound you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I'll be watching you. Oh, can you see you belong to me? How my poor heart aches with every step you take, every move you make, every bow you break.
Every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I've been watching you. Since you've gone, I've been lost without a trace. I dream at night, I can only see your face. I look around, but it's you I can't replace. I feel so cold and I long for your embrace. I keep crying, baby, baby, please. Oh, can't you see you belong to me? How my poor heart aches with every step you take, every move you make, every bow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake. I've been watching you. Every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I've been watching you. Every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I've been watching you. Every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I've been watching you. Every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I've been watching you. Car ride to Malibu, strawberry ice cream, spoon for two and trading jackets, laughing about how small it looks on you. Watching reruns of Glee, being annoying, singing in harmony. I bet she's breaking to all her friends, seeing you're so unique. So when you gonna tell her we did that too? She thinks it's special, but it's so reused out of words or place. I found it first, I made the jokes you told to her when she's with you. Do you get deja vu when she's with you? Do you get deja vu? Do you call her? Almost say my name, 'cause let's be honest, we're gonna do sound the same. Another actress. I hate to think that I was just your type. Strawberry ice cream in Malibu. Don't act like we didn't do that shit too. You're trading jackets like we used to do. Everything is all reused. I know you get deja vu. I know you get deja vu. was there on the quay. Now he is in love with you. He's in love with you. My love is like a high pressure wall, but you can let me standing so tall. Always believe in your soul. You got the power to know you're indestructible. Always believe it, 'cause you are gold. Glad that you're bound to return. There's something I could have learned. You're indestructible. Always believe it. Love is like a high pressure wall, and you can let me standing so tall.
You saw me standing by the old corner of Main Street, and the lights are flashing on your windowsill. All alone ain't much fun, so you're looking for the thrill. You know just what it takes and where to go. Don't say a prayer for me now. Save it till the morning after. No, don't say a prayer for me now. Save it till the morning after. Feel the breeze deep on the inside. Look you down into your well. If you can, you'll see the world
under tables, rolling dice, you're staying out till 3. You'll never find him being faithful. You will find him, you'll find him next to me. You'll find him trying to change the devil for money, fame, for power, out of greed. You will never find him where the risk goes. You will find him, you'll find him next to me. Next to me. Ah, next to me. Ah, next to me. Ah, you will find him, you'll find him next to me. When the money's spent, I know my friends have vanished, and I can't seem to find a help or love for free. I know that there's no need for me to panic, 'cause I'll find him next to me. When the skies are gray and all the doors are closing, and the rising pressure makes it hard to breathe, when all I need's a hand to stop the tears from falling, you will find him, you'll find him next to me. Next to me. Ah, next to me. Ah, next to me. Ah, you will find him, you'll find him next to me. When the end is coming, buildings falling down fast, when we spoil the land and try to pull the sea, when everyone is lost their heads around us, you will find him, you'll find him next to me. Next to me. Ah, next to me. Ah, next to me. Ah, you will find him, you'll find him next to me. You will find him, you'll find him next to me. Now the fun is over. Where do words begin? I'm trying to find a path ahead. Any way you say it, the sure it goes on, but your eyes won't see it. It's the same old song. I don't believe in you. I don't believe in you. Promises so golden, years have proved them wrong. I'm trying to live some self-respect. Any way you say it, our decline goes on, but your eyes won't see it. It's the same old song. I don't believe in you. No, no, no. I don't believe in you.
Will that change if she ever found out about you and I? Oh, but our love is cold. Wouldn't help her if she didn't know. 'Cause when it gets too much, I need to feel your touch. I'm gonna run to you. I'm gonna run to you. 'Cause when a feeling is right, I'm gonna run all night. I'm gonna run to you. She's got the heart of cold. She never lets me down. But you're the one that always turns me on. You keep me coming round. I know our love is true, but it's so damn easy making love to you. I got my mind made up. I need to feel your touch.
Drodzy Państwo, zapraszamy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in the room. We will start very shortly.
Szanowni Państwo, witam.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break. Let me also welcome those who have joined us only now. Well, it's only for you to regret the fact that you weren't here earlier. But definitely, well, we speak about Hitchcock here, and we will definitely be moving into some suspense. Now, let's start from data. We've spoken about deficits. I said before how many people from the labor market we lose every year. Now, it's been already calculated the number of people that will leave the Polish labor market between 2025 and 2035. So scientists have taken into account demography, namely the fact that generations that have that are less populous now enter the labor market. Those who will reach retirement in 10 years' time, well, we have over 1/4 of employees at this age in Poland. And in the public institutions, 1/3 of them. And so few people enter the labor market that, according to a government think tank, we will lose 2,100,000 people by 2035. Well, bad news is that this wasn't the worst. So bad news is that they calculated it before Poland restricted even more its policy on issuing visas for your employees, namely before June 2025 happened. So before 2025, June 2025, they estimated that the number of third country nationals employed in Poland would be at the constant level. But now we know that this deficit might reach even 3 million if we don't employ third country nationals. Well, what's on the other side? Raising the retirement age. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe you will have to work until you are 70. I know that 60 is like 40 these days, and this is what I wish for all the ladies, to be so fit until they are 60. But you know, it's impossible to tell people in a fortnight that, you know, you're 60, but you're going to work until you are 65. So This was a handful of data to start with. I see that all our speakers are already with us, so let me now give the floor to Federico De Vispolare. Now, the more statistics, the fewer barriers. So let's focus on data. Frederic, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Yeah. So first of all, many thanks, Marek, Marcin, Stefan, for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to be here for most of the time in Krakow, now in Warsaw, and to speak at Labour Mobility Congress. Secondly, well, what I will present you today as a kind of dessert are statistics. Statistics collected in the frame of the Posting Stat project. So the project ran about 2 years, and many thanks also to the colleagues of the European Labour Mobility Initiative, also to providing these statistics. So many thanks for that. Last but not least, yeah, many thanks also for suggesting this title, More Statistics, Less Barriers. It's not only you as a foreign service provider that are confronted with barriers. Also we as researchers are confronted with a lot of barriers in terms of data collection. And I know in the next panel there will be the administration, so Zeus and also the Labour Inspectorate in this session. So I really would like to thank them to always provide these statistics, because I think they are really important for us as researchers to provide these data. So many thanks to them. Because, well, what's in the end the added value of data collection on the posting of workers? Okay, from an academic research point of view, it's clear we need more data to do research, both from an economic point of view, but also I think for the legal experts in the room, I think it's certainly interesting. But certainly also for policy purposes, it's first of all, yeah, interesting to monitoring the current situation. In terms of fairness, if there are, for instance, any barriers, what we discussed this morning, but also fairness in terms of, yeah, respecting the terms and conditions of these posted workers. So I think that's one. But also for evidence-based policy making. And there I think we have to make the distinction between ex-ante impact assessment. Is an intervention needed? And I think there is an ongoing debate if there is an intervention needed for the posting of third country nationals. We also see an ongoing discussion on limiting the number of levels of subcontracting. Last but not least, we have the ongoing discussion, for instance, on public procurement and the revision of the public procurement. So when you look at our data we were able to collect within the framework of the Posting Stat project, I think a lot of evidence is available to support kind of ex-ante impact assessment. But perhaps also ex-post evaluation. A couple of years ago, there was, of course, the review of the Posting of Workers Directive. I think, again, there we have a lot of evidence about the possible impact of that review. Secondly, also, well, we have the Lex Specialis in road transport. Also there, I think it's useful to look at our statistics. But last but not least, also from an operational point of view, I think these data are interesting. First of all, for the enforcement bodies, they allow to look to what extent the rules are complied with, but also for risk assessment, one could identify sometimes red flags. But today I will focus on the added value of these statistics for you as a cross-border service provider. And then I have to come up with, yeah, a perhaps striking observation that also from a statistical point of view, we mainly ask data about the number of forms, A1 forms issued, the number of prior declarations made, and also most of the time, yeah, the posted workers involved. But what we do not ask in our European data collection is actually asking, yeah, the number of foreign companies that provides in the end these services. How many are they in the end? And that's something we try to solve also with the Posting Stat project, because what we have asked our national expert is, well, please provide statistics on the number of foreign service providers providing services from your country or from an incoming perspective. And here you already see an overview of some of the main receiving member states, and you immediately see, well, a distinction that should be made. First of all, you have the rather high number of self-employed persons, and that's only available for a number of member states that report in their private declaration to self-employed persons, like, for instance, the Netherlands, Denmark, and Belgium. And there you see the importance of self-employed foreign service providers. But secondly, also, well, you see then the importance of the employers posting these posted workers. For instance, in Belgium, we know that these were around 16,000. So it immediately shows how important this group of foreign service providers is in the end in the European Union. And I think sometimes this is overlooked. It's also, I think, interesting to look at the characteristics of these foreign service providers. I think when you look at these data for Belgium, Spain, and the Netherlands and Italy, you immediately see that most of the time it concerns medium-sized to large companies. And here again, the question pops up, is this because of a specific reason? Are there also, for instance, barriers for the smaller ones? I think also that would be an interesting debate to have, that sometimes the larger companies can rely on the consultants, I would say, to support them, and that might not always be the case for the smaller ones. And perhaps then they decide, okay, we will not provide services in another member state. I think a lot food for thought here based on, well, the rather high average in the end of one service provider posting more or less between 10 and 15 posted workers per year. And then, of course, we also have the outgoing perspective. And you might be surprised that I start with Belgium, because everyone considers Belgium as one of the main receiving member states of posted workers, but there's certainly also an important sending member state of posted workers, seeing that it concerns around 2% of the total number of Belgian employers. But certainly there's some overrepresentation in the sectors like the live performance sectors, but also the temporary employment agencies that post a high number of workers to another member state, most of the time to neighboring countries like the Netherlands. And then also, I think, interesting to observe is, again, the perception that Belgium is receiving a high number of posted workers in the construction sector. That's definitely the case. It's 1 out of 5. But certainly also a high number of Belgian employers active in the construction sector also post their workers to, again, a neighboring country. What I just said about the composition of these posted employers is a little bit confirmed by Spain, seeing that most of these companies concern medium-sized and large company. Last but not least, of course, I have to refer to Slovenia. We have noticed, of course, that there is a kind of business model of posting posted third country nationals. But in the end, when you look at the number of employers doing this, it's rather at a lower level, I would say. So it's around 8% of the construction companies that provide services abroad. So again, here, these figures are, I think, also interesting to nuance the ongoing debate, I would say. And then, of course, looking at the topic of this conference, barriers. I think then I certainly have to start with, well, what do we know about Van der Els visa in Germany? Do we have any data on that? Yeah, there is some limited data available when you look at Germany, and there you immediately see that the number of Van der Els visa in the end are rather low compared to the available data, looking at the available data. So for instance, in 2023, around 1,430 Van der Els visa were issued. Okay, it was also discussed this morning and showed how complicated it is in the end to get such a Van der Els visa. And that makes, of course, that I assume that a lot of service providers coming to Germany with posted third country nationals cannot get such a Van der Els visa. Also here I'm referring to the situation in Poland and seeing that, for instance, in 2023, around 150,000 portable documents A1s under Article 12 were issued by Poland to provide services in Germany, and also seeing that around 1 of 5 will be a third country national, so assuming 30,000, well, you immediately see that a high number of them will never be able to get such a Van der Els visa. Another example is, I think, Belgium, because what we have done, again, in the Postingsstad project, is looking at the composition of the change in Belgium. And here you see that a lot of foreign service providers are actually active in the Belgium construction sites. More or less, it concerns 80% of the foreign service providers active at the Belgium construction sites. So that's positive, I would say. Also seeing at the figure that most of the time it concerns Polish service providers that are in the subcontracting chains. But then I think something interesting pops up. When you look at then the involvement of foreign service providers active on large Belgium construction sites and being active as a kind of main contractor, that percentage is much lower. So most of the time it concerns actually a Belgium main contractor, and in sometimes the cases it's a Dutch company or a company from France, but never, I think, a Polish company. And that was a kind of eye-opener. And then again, also perhaps for the next debate again, we can discuss about, okay, what then are then again the barriers to act as a kind of main contractor when you provide services in the Belgian construction sector. I think there are several reasons. When you look at the legal component, the administrative component, and certainly sometimes language is also an issue. But certainly when you look at the administrative component, I think you can look at, okay, what are the rules in public procurement? And there you see immediately that, if you would like to act as a main contractor in public procurement, you need a kind of recognition in Belgium. So you have to show that you have the financial capacity, the human capacity to act as a kind of main contractor. I also looked it up this morning, how many of the Polish companies have a kind of recognition to be acting as a main contractor in public procurement. Only 15. So only 15 of the high number of main contractors providing and being active in the Belgium sector. So that's, again, I think, an eye-opener to what extent barriers exist, not only in the legal department, but also in administrative terms. And then last but not least, I think, and it was already mentioned this morning, I think it would be interesting to look at to what extent there is a high competition from outside the European Union. It was already mentioned today in terms of economic importance. You can look at services provided within the European Union, but there is also a lot of competition ongoing, based most of the time on bilateral agreements concluded between member state and a third country in terms of providing services from a third country. That's something we notice, for instance, here in Poland, but certainly is also the case, for instance, in Germany and in France. And also in terms of services provided, it mainly concerns, of course, ICT services provided by people coming from India. But what you also notice is that there is increasing importance of the construction sector, and also sometimes activities that currently are provided within an intra-EU context. So I think one of the questions is, well, will these intra-EU service providers in the end be competed out of the market? So this was very briefly an overview of the main findings of the Postingsstad project, mainly related to the employer's perspective. If you would like to know more about the project and hopefully In the future, we'll be able to collect much more data on this. Please have then a look at both, first of all, the postings.project as such, but certainly also when you are more interested in social security coordination, we also have a lot of interesting data on, for instance, cross-border healthcare and the export of pension. So many thanks again for the invitation, and always open for questions during the breaks. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję Frederikowi.
Federico, thank you. I know him, and I can tell you that he's going to stick around. Right. I couldn't recommend this mine of information and knowledge more, because basically people, politicians, journalists dream of a situation where politics and policy is data and knowledge based rather than on biases and stereotypes. So we need to have strong data, to have strong arguments in our public debate. And I believe that this debate is going to take a turn. Right. Our main partner is Countum, and this session is going to be taking place under their auspices. So we are talking about services in the EU. We will try to be optimistic when we look at the future of these services. Now, great experts are going to discuss that. Marta Dzięba-Szklarska will ask questions. She represents Countum Group. Marta, please join us. We ask the other panelists as well. Our panelists are Monika Fedorczuk, who is the head of the Labour Office in Warsaw, Agata Kostek-Lewandowska, Paulina Piskor, the head of Contrain, Artur Beck, United Brands, and Andrzej Szybkie, who represents ZUS, the Polish Social Insurance Institution. Right. I think that you've got a spotlight on you, and it's on purpose. It's going to be an interrogation. Right. So, we're going to talk about the past, the present, and the future, about the Polish services in Europe. The past is what built our strength, and future is what requires boldness, because we will have to be taking important decisions. So the single market of services was a great promise, and Poland put that to very good use. For decades, we've done a lot of hard work. We started in a situation where we were a provider of cheap labor, and now we are one of the key service providers. Technology, energy, construction, care, industry, these are the sectors where we're important players. We co-create supply chains, we respond to missing links in HR. People say that people block innovation, but I believe that I will take an issue with that, and we are going to have a discussion on that subject. I believe that we're going to tackle a number of hard subjects, so I'll put some interesting questions to them. Where are we? We are looking at a period of turbo-challenged issues. So what are we going to do? Will we allow excessive fragmentation to weaken the market potential? We've heard a lot on the barriers that are out there, what is happening, what issues we are facing. And I believe that they are going to spelled out today. However, there is the other side of the coin. We have excellent guests here. They represent administration and business, most of all. So I would like to use this opportunity to show how huge a potential we've got. We have grown, we've developed, and I want to point to that, to show where we are. But also, we will try to talk about what we can do not to squander all this potential. Welcome to all the guests. We're going to have a number of rounds, and I will begin this round with people from public administration. I'm doing it on purpose. The second round we will start with business. So, the question is, where are we? Andrzej Szybkie, I'm asking you. The invisible administration is a concept that you've authored. What do you mean by that? What is behind it? So, how does it work? When you've got administration that an entrepreneur doesn't see. And ultimately, this is what makes our activity possible. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you on behalf of ZUS, the Polish Social Insurance Institution. This is one of those opportunities when we can say where we are, what we do. Thank you to Frederica, because he said that he has been tapping into public administration data, including that of ZUS. We are happy to share our information. Decisions should be made based on data, and management should actually tap into data. This is the way to go. So I represent ZUS, the Polish Social Insurance Institution, and we try to grow in a way that would help us to provide services in a friendly way. We've got our own vision, our mission, and it all revolves our clients, our customers. There is this international aspect of our activity, and we try to grow there as well. Let me paint a picture for you to show you what scale we're talking about. Stefan Schwarz has talked about data pertaining to A1 forms. Yes, there was a drop. We are talking about 100,000. This is the drop that we're talking about. But there is another area that you might find interesting. Back when we entered the EU in 2004, ZUS would pay 30,000 of pensions to people, Poles, that worked abroad. At this point, on average, we are paying out to 411,000 people. We are talking about billions that we are spending. So what's the correlation between A1 forms and these payments? Well, if you pay contributions to the Polish system when abroad, well, basically you pay to ZUS. And this is the pool of money that later you get money from. And these days you see people jump between systems. That changes the situation, and then you receive money from various countries, and there are certain procedures that you need to follow. The EU law makes this easier. So the invisible administration, we try to build our services in a way that would result in as little a hassle to people as possible. We try to use digital registers. That's where we want to go. And there are a few facets there, because there are certain things that a client sees, others that they don't see. At this point, we are trying to revalidate and rebuild a number of our processes. We are automating things, or rather, we are trying to help to automate certain processes. This automation will only be boosted in the future. Automation is one of our tasks. And, A1 form is something you need to apply for, and, you can do it digitally. SC, it's a system. Under this system, we exchange information with our partnering institutions and other institutions. There are around 3,000 of such institutions that are connected to this system. And ZUS basically processes 60 or so of such processes. 15 million of digital documents is the number of documents that we send annually per year. In other words, Article 13 or 12 are the relevant provisions here under which we do that. So there is a lot of digital communication that goes on there under the hood, or with a view to make sure that provisions are met. A1 forms need to be verified, and there is a special online app, a validator. You can go online and see whether a given A1 form is valid or not, and people do use it. Let me quote data again. We see 200,000 of such visits a year. These could be international contractors. A Belgian company, say, can go to this website to see whether the form they are seeing is legit and not fraudulent. And that allows people to identify fraudulent documents. And we help to take these people to court, because again, it's a crime when you falsify such an A1 form. Basically, it's barbarism. So we cooperate with various authorities to make sure that these people are punished for their crimes. So basically, the holders do not need to prove that the forms are legit. Actually, there is the system, it's online, and you can see whether a given form is valid or not. I need to apologize because I'm quite talkative a person, so interrupt me if I say too much. 1,700 AR forms have been annulled out of almost 1 million. Well, sometimes it is us that initiated that, sometimes it was other stakeholders. So the scale is not huge. And that goes to show that it's a trend, it's a pattern. We try to build our services in a certain way. Mind you, when you fill in the form, there are special tools that you can use to make it easier for you. You can populate this form using various automated digital tools to make the lives of our clients easier. Thank you for that. Coming back to what was said in the previous panel, ZUS, the Polish Social Insurance Institution, is very much interested in doing away with downing those barriers and obstacles. Well, when it comes to pensions, I know that it's not always easy to pay them out, but, they are paid out. What about the Polish Labor Inspectorate? In the last 20 years, we have changed significantly when it comes to our approach to business. I'm not going to tell you now what models we used 2 decades ago because they have gone out of use. They went out of use a long time ago, as a matter of fact. So, is the Polish Labor Inspectorate interested in doing away with obstacles, with barriers? What's the current situation? Because remember, the Polish companies operate in international markets, right? There are companies that specialize in exporting services abroad. Thank you for the invitation. Well, I am auditor, but I'm not active in this area as I used to be. So I'm not going to tell you that I'm fully au courant. But yes, I have been working in this area since 2004 exactly, over 2 decades. And I can tell you that changes have taken place and they've been significant. You can start with simple services. You had companies that would send workers or post workers from Poland, and the only competitive edge was the simplicity of the service and the price. But now you have companies that are involved in multi-layer supply chains, which is a challenge to us, the Labor Inspectorate, and to public administration in general. By public administration, I do not only mean the Polish authorities, but also those of our foreign colleagues. At times, services are provided in a number of countries in parallel. This market is more complex. It was different. Those services were simpler and provided in one country only. At this point, it's hard to tell where most of the services are actually provided. And inspectors, auditors need to be much more knowledgeable than before. Let me stress the following here. Yes, we would love to be the so-called invisible administration, but our role makes it somewhat impossible. However, we are invisible to those companies that post from Poland. We try to focus our attention mostly on companies that post to Poland. When it comes to posting from Poland, we mostly visit those companies whose conscience is not entirely clear. And there are some we have reasons to take a closer look at a company, and this is when a company learns that we actually do exist. Now, at times we visit a company by chance. We choose a different subject for our audit, and later we learn that they post. Mind you, there are all these developed systems. I'm talking about payroll and so on and so forth. In the past, we would focus on simple things that were wrong. It was about remuneration, being paid out or not, how big it is. Now, the issues that we look at are of much greater complexity. We are in touch with peer institutions from other member states. But I must say that our Polish companies are presented as role models, especially those that are quite developed. And when we meet under the umbrella of the European Labour Authority, Polish companies, the big companies, are presented actually as role models. But the thing is, there is a lot of complexity. And remember, the law is not really transparent and it is not really consistent. Provisions of the law are not really consistent. The labor authorities, inspectors are about to be granted new rights. And the thing is, sometimes you post, and here they are in one role, but elsewhere abroad they change the hat that they wear, so they could be self-employed in one place and an employer in another, for example. So there have been major changes there. When it comes to inspectors, basically their work is becoming harder and more difficult. They need to be more knowledgeable and better trained, and they need to participate in meetings just as this one, because we need to meet business. We need to know their problems to be able to actually assess them well. And there is a major change there in this regard.
wysyłała za granicę.
In the past, we would go to a company posting employees and everything was clear to us. Now it is much more complex. So making this market more homogeneous also when it comes to the law is important for the inspectorate as well. Okay, so yes, we are doing away with the barriers. Now let me turn to Monica now. I planned a different question for you, but speaking from the perspective of what we've heard here today, and that the majority of posted employees are actually third country nationals. So they're not Poles, right? They're third country nationals. But of course, the EU citizens are posted as well. Let me put it clearly. But when we're talking about third country nationals, yes, they do travel. And in the context of this new reality and what's happened since June 2025, the role of offices has changed. I know that your situation isn't easy, but now I will ask you a different question from the one I had planned. In a moment, we will listen to the perspective of business people. And that's why now I want to give you the floor to ask what has happened in the offices and whether this role of international teams is used in Poland. Well, they do exist. Okay, I'm afraid we will sit here until dinner. Okay, perhaps let me say the following. The Labor Office, it is not us who issue labor permits and A1 forms. We present declarations. So I'm saying this before you started me at the break. I'm not sure whether you remember the times when unemployment in Poland was at the level of 16%. It was in the year 2005, 2006, and when I worked at the Leviathan Confederation, there was a door and a poster on this door saying, what's the biggest barrier for the development of your business? And guess what that barrier was? Well, yeah, lack of employees. Lack of employees understood as well-trained employees. And now, with reference to what our host has said, it's not the issue of the number of employees lacking, but the quality of employees lacking. Well, how many of you have thought of becoming an underwater welder? Well, it's a great profession, well paid, you can work at drilling platforms, but for some reason there are not too many people who wish to have this profession. And the market isn't really adapted to it. Not everybody wants to work in the care sector. Not everybody is suitable to do it. Not everybody is ready to relocate. Not everybody wishes to work in the construction industry. I myself wouldn't wish to do so. So even if we had 1-to-1 number of employees to the number of posts, this still doesn't solve all our problems. Sometimes a Pole will more quickly go to London than to move to a neighboring region, unless they have only finished their studies. So yes, this is a good starting point if we want to talk about foreigners on the Polish labor market. So not just the quantity, but also the quality. Now, you asked me about what after June. I believe that those who applied for declarations already like me, because we managed to issue everything we were supposed to. Okay, yes, maybe we were late once. Now, this version of declaration is fairly simple. So as an employer, I declare that I employ Mr. John Smith, and then the office puts on a stamp, and that's it. And you know, before all these procedures are implemented, because they are all settled, well, people are scared because, you know, every change requires the adaptation of IT systems. It's easier to write a regulation than to change an IT system. So, for example, you know, the deadline came, and then we would sit down to do whatever we were supposed to do, and one surprise followed another when it comes to the IT system. Well, some people say that we just, clean the dust in the corridor, but, you know, then we really didn't know how to handle with all this. Now, if the system has been structured in a given way, then we have to follow it, literally. Let me give you an example. Well, do you believe that the fact that the declarations issued by the office are seen as valid or not? Is it good or not? Okay, if there's some delay, we get there's a claim to get a declaration, and we can't do it. But sometimes, you know, this delay is at the level of 1,000 Polish zlotys, but still, we can't issue a declaration. And every such a change causes a difficulty to us. And we do whatever we can to talk to employers. You know, we organize webinars. So whenever we have a webinar, for example, there are 600 people listening to us. Let me draw your attention to one more thing. I'm not sure whether it's been mentioned, but well, I guess yes. Namely, administrative insecurity. Well, I can ask you the following question. Will Karol Nawrocki sign the act on providing assistance to Ukrainian citizens? Well, the problem you have that you might not have the employees, yes, and 400 zlotys. And now, I get this question, and now I don't have an employees. Then they say, okay, but you can wait. Yes, but how can I wait? Because I need to train them. So, you know, if it is all done at the last moment, the fact that I'm stressing out, well, that's not a problem. But, you know, the way you must stress out, that's crazy. And this is the biggest problem. I believe that entrepreneurs are able to get adapted to certain things. The offices are also able to get adapted to certain things. They can adapt procedures, systems, train employees, but they need to be given time to be able to do it. Okay, I will ask you one more detailed question, but this will happen in a moment. Now, let me give the floor to a representative of business. We have with us Ms. Paulina Piskol and Mr. Artur Beck. Paulina runs a large international company providing services, and a big company here on the Polish market. Well, it's actually a group, a capital group. And Mr. Artur Beck, who runs a capital group, mainly in the territory of Poland. Well, for now it's in the territory of Poland, providing services to big corporations. And wondering whether he should start operating internationally. So let me start with Paulina. Now, when it comes to the presence of Polish companies on international markets, what was the most difficult at the beginning? What were the first steps? What does business look like today? What are the main challenges of business today? What's the situation like from the perspective of a greatly experienced international company? To start with, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased that we are meeting here and discussing these fundamental issues together. Yes, we are quite seriously experienced when it comes to providing services in the EU. We've operated on the market for 27 years and in the single market for 20 years. And back then, the world was completely different and challenges were completely different. At that time, we had to find out how to win customers, how to present ourselves as credible to them. So these were totally different challenges when we made cash payments, when we had to convince employees that they would get accommodation and food, and helping them prepare for these long trips. And now it seems that this world, for people who are experienced when it comes to business, is easier. So we have a huge database of customers, and they have experienced it many times that we really adapt the changing regulations to our business model. We tell them how to work with the employees that we post to them. Their expectations also change because they want us to be active in raising the qualities of these employees, in improving their competence, also language competence. So this is what they expect from us. And well, it seems that everything should be fine because, after all, we are ready for such challenges. We have the right knowledge, possibilities, and resources to provide such services and raise them to a completely different level and dimension, which is important for the final recipients of our services and also for our employees. But to be able to do this, we need resources in the form of time and money. And these resources are limited. And now, if we are to finance full-time posts that we need to operate on a market where there are very many barriers and where challenges only grow, then we will have no money left for development. And these are the problems I'd like to address right now. Well, with every legal change, we need to change our system. And yes, we can do it, but the resources are spent on this and not on developing our business and our people. Now, Artur, what do you have to come to terms with when it comes to building international teams? After all, you operate greatly on the Polish market. So what are your main challenges these days? In a moment, we will also discuss what will happen once you enter the international market. But for now, please just tell us what you as a Polish company have done so that people think about you abroad. And now we have the majority of our employees in services. So as an employer, as a service provider, as a work agency, we employ third country nationals, Ukrainians, people from Kazakhstan. And when I go to factories in Poland, I see it more and more often that it is impossible not to speak about foreign country nationals, third country nationals, that it's impossible to bar access to employees from Colombia, from other countries. Well, perhaps now we have a slightly higher unemployment rate, but well, we have great contracts with Polish companies, Mewag and PESA. It's no secret. And I also tell employees to change their professions. So, for example, those who operate forklifts, perhaps they could become welders, or they could take other professions. But, for Poles and for Ukrainians, the comfort is that actually now the metal workers, locksmiths, they come from Colombia, from Argentina, and from other countries. So it is important that we shorten the delivery supply chains. Well, we know what the prices of energy are. We know that we could win if we had the right employees, because this is our asset. The market has changed dramatically. As a services providing company, we have Indian people, we have Colombians, we have other nationalities. This morning, a colleague called me from a transportation company, having 700 trucks, saying that if his drivers are not legalized here, then they can't leave Poland. So his company can't be competitive abroad, because here we have this bottleneck when it comes to providing papers for employees. Now, if you think about employees from Colombia or from anywhere in Asia, this permit for them to work here legally, it takes 3 months to obtain it. But we want them to enter the companies as quickly as possible, to pay taxes, not to work on the black market. But we need to wait for 3 months for an Indian person, for a welder, to start their job. But still, so they have to wait for 3 months, pay for their hostel for 3 months before they can start their work. And still we have too few metal workers, too few welders. And yes, well, Poles are not among them, because perhaps Polish welders and Polish metal workers work in Germany, Denmark, France, and somewhere else.
But there are also other teams. And they want Polish people to work in Poland. Now, the thing is, we Poles have good quality. We have good know-how. We deliver quality. So you might have Polish, well-skilled workers. Right. We've got them. But they are stolen from us, or rather, they are recruited by somebody else. So we have our own experts, tradesmen, right? They are skilled Polish metal workers, locksmiths, and they could manage teams. But they are quite often employed elsewhere. So I talk to people from all over the world, and they say Bydgoszcz is nice, Poznań is nice, Toruń is nice. These are nice Polish cities. We're not in the middle of nowhere. You can go for a walk in the park, see a film in a cinema, and many people from various corners of the world appreciate the fact that they were here in Poland. But there are so many barriers. They need to be self-sufficient for 3 months before they get a job, and they find it difficult to understand that, those peculiarities of ours. Now, Polish service providers work with people from different worlds, people of different nationalities, Ukrainians, Belarusians, and so forth. So it's not easy to find a Polish team. And you have teams that are international, and you need to approach them differently than you would teams that are homogeneous. So maybe you will give us some tips, answers. Are you actually considering starting a company abroad? I studied law and administration at the University of Warsaw. Professor Modzelewski, who authored the VAT Act, we had classes with him, and he said, economically, you are patriotic when you pay your taxes at home. So a Polish entrepreneur does think of posting. They would like to deliver services abroad. But the thing is, there's a caveat. We've had a tour, we met people in Belgium and in Germany, and many agencies are kept close eyes on. They are defending their market. So there are limitations. You need to delegate, or rather to post for just 90 people, and then people need to return. There are all these limitations. So entrepreneurs need to really go through a number of loops to stay compliant. So maybe it would be easier to start a company abroad, not to violate the law. The thing is, when that happens, social insurance contributions are not going to flow to the Polish coffers, right? And taxes, neither. But there are also services that are linked to other services, because there is lots of money that is linked to clothing, health and safety training, logistics, accounting. So there are many auxiliary services that are attached to the main services. I might open a branch abroad, so why would I then keep employing these accountants or other office workers, right? So there is a major impact in a number of places. So we have managed to develop a competitive edge. Our quality is recognizable. We've got it all. We've put together a complete package. But the question is, what is missing? What do we need so that you can continue to operate in the Polish market to stay a Polish company? Staying Polish, you say. We've got our international experience. It's not going to vanish. Our clients' needs are not going to disappear. They expand, they evolve, new ones emerge. It's all going to stay. And now what could change is that a company may no longer be Polish. From the European point of view, it might be insignificant. But it's not about how we think about it. You need to make correct economic choices every day. From the point of view of the single European market, it might be irrelevant, but actually it is. Transfer is costly. We want to boost the competitiveness of the European economy, but if so, we must not waste money on things that are irrational, economically speaking. Let's take a closer look at other things that are invisible. Lost benefits, or alternative cost, in other words. I know that I will have to fix new problems. I will have to fix things that shouldn't be there in a reasonably built economy. So I need to consider how to expand, how to enter new markets. I'm not going to do that because I shift my resources elsewhere. So what is it that we need? We need a certain space. We need to play to the same goal. Without that, we are not going to be able to boost our effectiveness and efficiency because there are a lot of factors that hamper that growth. Mind you, it's not that we're trying to criticize our migration policy. No. The thing is, we've got barriers, right? The situation is what it is. But why? We want to make things tight. We want to seal certain things because we do not want to be but a transit country. There are many companies that operate in Poland. They pay their contributions there. There are taxes. Andrzej. Look at all this technology, automation processes that are taking place in ZUS, the Polish Social Insurance Institution. When you keep that in mind, answer the following question. What can we do? To see who can post or not. What is it that I'm trying to say here? Are there any mechanisms that will help us to identify and trace fraud cases? Because sometimes you've got letterbox companies, right? Certain people are never here. They appear out of nowhere and then they disappear. But we've got all these databases. They are not well connected at this point. We are still working on it. The thing is, what do we have in ZUS that would help us? How can we focus on our efforts on those companies that work well and operate legally so that we can focus on our resources on companies that are more fraudulent or at least suspect? Because some companies are not proper companies, right? They are shell companies. Right. People are capital, either in business, but also the same is true in ZUS. We've got this capital, those resources, we need to use them well. Certain tasks are repetitive and we would love to automate them. It's quite tempting. I would like at least A1 forms to be issued automatically. And it is a challenge, one of the challenges that we have to face. And now we're going back to regulations, the provisions of the law. There are facts. You can find them in databases. To verify them, you need to have proper sources. ZUS can do that. The 800 plus family benefit, a child benefit, is in most cases assigned automatically. But to do that, you need proper provisions. So this is how I would like things to be, but that's one thing. But how are things? That's a different story. Somebody could ask you, where is your garage? And I can say, here it is. It's here. But somebody might say, maybe your garage is where you buy your fuel. Maybe that's where your garage is. Or maybe your garage is in your living room because this is where you store your driving license, right? So this is the kind of discussion when you start talking about where a company has its headquarters. We would like the EU policy to be consistent. The thing is, there are inconsistencies, and public servants are judged on their calls. And there is this regulation that covers the cross-border issues and whether residence is legal or not. The approach presented there seems to be justified, but it's always good to look at a case study. You've got a Ukrainian national posted from Poland to another country, country X, and he was in an accident. He was hurt seriously. He was injured, and he was posted. He had the AI form. His treatment will cost hundreds of thousands of euros, and somebody says that maybe his stay wasn't legal after all. And suddenly, this particular patient needs to cover all the cost of his treatment. There are the so-called special agreements, but to do that, you need to have the legal basis, which at this point doesn't apply. And you've got the 21st century, and this person effectively is an illegal worker. So those regulations need to be humanized. We need to be more empathetic here. But ultimately, somebody needs to foot the bill. That's the other side of the coin. So there are people, workers, and they are deprived of certain rights. So we need to talk about those people who are from third country, that are third country nationals. And their insurance also needs to be talked about. We need our provisions of the law to be stable and transparent. Automation has been mentioned. EU wallet and DC4U ESPAs. Interesting projects. So you will have a mobile app. This is the vision of the Commission that will allow you to use your AWAS certificate, but you will be able to hold other documents, for example, those that confirm your health status. It's a very interesting initiative. It's an app that will be usable by inspectors, right? This should allow us to move forward. And now the crux of the matter, data exchange. How can we share databases? The current system is insufficient. Some countries are joining the system only now, quite late, and it is insufficient as it is. So we need to look for new good platforms. When it comes to exchanging data en masse, this discussion is ongoing, but these are first baby steps that we're taking. This discussion is still not technical in nature, and that's something that's missing. We can connect to various databases here in Poland. In Poland, I wish we could connect to foreign databases, because I think that it is very important when it comes to posting personnel. And it's a part and parcel of this so-called invisible administration. So authorities have an even worse access to data. They find it difficult to verify data. Right. It's something that was supposed to be automated, but I would like to commend ZUS, the Polish Social Insurance Institution, because ZUS actually has made data available quite well. They did a good job of it. What about other things? A foreigner, a foreign national, may have a status of an undesirable, but it is not but it is a confidential piece of information. So to actually use a computer to do that, it must not be allowed. It must not be connected to the network, right? So basically, you need to accomplish that, to pull it off, you need to move from one desk to another. You need to use another computer which is not online, read this data, and then return to their own desk, right? So it's all about information circulation. Sometimes you've got delays, so there is backlog. Sometimes information is not available in real time. But the thing is, we need to be able to communicate with business easily. Because the thing is, sometimes I need to write a document, make an application. I would rather communicate with business people easier and faster. I care and they do care. I don't want this back and forth. I'd rather not exchange a number of emails. I want them to get the information and collect it. What I would like to see is a proper circulation system, so the data flows where it needs to flow, so the data is complete and sufficient to take decisions, not necessarily formal administrative decisions.
2 lata, 2,5 roku, karta czasowego pobytu, tak to oczywiście tak wiem, że nie tu, tylko w kontekście co było.
Right. Let me mention the issue of verifying additional information. Sometimes you've got companies that provide services abroad. So it is necessary to cooperate with various authorities and institutions. But say the company operates in the Polish market, they export services. If so, why are there so many processes that are in their way, that hamper things? Labor Inspectorate also needs data, right? And the Labor Inspectorate has a lot of data, and interesting data. Data that could be put to good use. Yes, we've got lots of data. Very interesting data. But we could have more. We could have more if we could share this data freely. We've got this huge dream. We would like to be connected to the ZUS database. It's something that we dream of. And yeah, I don't need to move away from my desk the way it happens in ZUS, right? But there is this project. I would like to complete it as soon as I can. And imagine you have an entrepreneur and they are a bad apple. They are a letterbox company, right? I cannot just collect data from them and inspect them. But I would like at least to audit or collect the data from the system freely. But I cannot do it this way. I need to reach out to the local or regional authorities to get the parcel identification number. And then in turn, I go to ZUS to learn about the social insurance and insurance periods. It takes time. It's really lengthy. Somebody has mentioned 3 months. It takes 3 months to get a job permit. I am from Wrocław, and I live on a different planet. I come from the same city. Yes, so you complain about months, but in our environment, on our planet, things take years. And I know that I should not soil my own nest, but I need to mention this case. There is this Egyptian national. They applied for a resident permit because they were getting marriage. They never received it until their kid went to school. When he was getting married, he was still not a father. And sometimes it's about collecting data. An employer gives me information because the employee got married, but I never learned that this person had long been divorced. So this permit, is basically invalid to begin with. So automation is needed. You need to automate data acquisition first. That's the first thing. Secondly, law. All EU member states say that we need a change. We need a change. Because, you've got letterbox companies, right? And the law should be such that they cannot operate those letterbox companies. I would like to be able to simply inform relevant authorities that it is not a proper company because it doesn't operate. Instead, I get an application about a company that I audited or inspected once. I look up this publicly available database. The company doesn't have an address. Why is the headquarters crossed out? It was me 3 years ago that informed relevant authorities that this company was not doing business where they claimed they did. But they do not cross out a company, they just remove the seat or the headquarters. We have this kiosk. It used to be a news agent, and now there are postcards there.
Jest kilkaset
Or other letterboxes, and there are hundreds of companies registered there. They are all run by foreign nationals.
powstały dla patologii.
Yes, but legislation's there for this pathology. And no one can be caught red-handed because, well, they don't exist. They're pathology. But the companies that do exist and that work well and that provide high-quality international services have a much greater problem because they're visible, because they're transparent. Well, I wouldn't fully agree with you. This is what Paulina has said. They build their competitiveness based on their credibility. And this is what we see in our contacts with other inspectorates. So Polish companies that have long tradition, that have operated on the market for a long time, that are present on the country where they post and that are credible and that compete with their credibility, they are more readily seen abroad. Yes, but they very often have international teams. Not necessarily. Yes, but these teams also include third country nationals. When it comes to such companies, you could take registers from the National Court Register, see that they've operated for 10 years, they've had turnover at quite a high level, but they are treated exactly the same way as these mailbox companies. Marta, are you making this intellectual preparation for the so-called fast track? Well, yes, it would be great to have it, though I know it's very complex. Now, to end up with this fast track and to end up our panel, let me ask for a final issue. And let me start here from you. I'm counting on a nice punchline from you. How do you imagine this labor market of Poland in 10 years' time, and also our international services, and also our development? Well, ladies and gentlemen, please close your eyes. Go back to year 2004. Just think about yourselves, beautiful, young, no wrinkles, full of optimism. Well, yes, some of you are still quite optimistic. But could we imagine that we are, in this place where we are with this whole AI, export of services, Indian people on our construction sites, so many foreigners in our Żabka and Biedronka shops? Well, when I was at school, we had only 2 black students, and we knew their history 2 generations backwards. Well, what will the situation in 10 years' time look like? I have no idea, because, the international situation is very dynamic, changing very quickly. We don't know how this all will end up, hopefully well. But when I was preparing myself for this conversation, I asked a colleague to get me information on the dominant services in Poland. So when it comes to 1990s, there were construction sites, right? And construction services. Then shared services centers emerged. But if we're talking about this very moment, development services, intellect-based services, they are the most important right now. What will the situation on the labor market look like? Well, I believe that we can stop thinking about this labor market where Poles are a dominant group in our country. But I believe that this European melting pot will change, will keep changing. So there will be influx of third country nationals. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't do nothing about demography. Even if we work until a later age, even if we stay healthy, this is what I wish for us, demography, is and will be the way it will be. Yes, we are more well off. We are the 20th economy in the world. However, it also means that there are more and more professions where people don't want to work. So, for example, the profession where you take a cow and remove meat from the bone. This is the profession people don't want to have. But still, they want to have their pork chop on their plate. And now, when it comes to the labor market, will we still call it posting? Maybe not. This will be something standard. Well, if I talked to someone here unofficially who said that, sometimes there are peaks for hotel employees in Zakopane and in the Netherlands. But perhaps we won't just move employees between Zakopane and the Netherlands, but across Europe. Perhaps the seasons will be so short that we will need a large group of employees who will be very mobile. So they won't go to one place for 3 or 6 months, but that they will move around places 1 week after another. Okay, to end up with. What changes in regulations or in the control practice would you see? But of course, we don't want to lower the protection provided to employees. We're not talking about social dumping anymore. This is not the rhetoric we had 10 years ago. But in the context of what could help in controlling, in finding infringements, what could be helpful, what could take down the barriers, but also provide protection? Well, I believe that this is something I've already said. Being transparent patterns of conducting controls, transparent legislation, transparent rules. You know, we, the Labor Inspectorate, when we now respond to the IMI request, we think, what to do. Should we be on the side of a Polish company or a controlling authority, which after all we are, because controlling authorities in Belgium or in France, they do it. We're not talking about social dumping, but still, Polish companies are very often controlled. So let these control standards and search of companies to be controlled, let these standards be homogeneous, based on the risk estimate and not which country the employees or the entrepreneur come from. Let's not say that if an employer moves their business to Belgium, then they are better than if they only posted employees to Belgium. So yes, I believe that everything should be transparent for the employees, for the employers, and for the controlling authorities. Okay, if we think about international markets, what will be the incentive for people to enter these markets from Poland? Well, people always want to start from Poland, but yes, the French, Belgians, they look after their markets. And we have had very many meetings with Polish companies who had to pay huge fines in Belgium, in France, also in Germany. The Netherlands is the country that entrepreneurs wish to go to because they believe that they are most open-minded. But of course, every entrepreneur wishes to solve their problems quickly because this is what entrepreneurship is about. So if there are further obstacles from the French or German market, then most probably Poles will go to the Netherlands. And we Poles, we will try and attract German companies to come to Poland. Well, we will have employees, yes? Well, we can have as many employees as our authorities let in. We have huge numbers of Ukrainians, Belarusians. They're wonderful people. We have people from all over the world. And it depends only on us how many of them we let in. How many of them will receive work permits? Perhaps we will make German business come to us. We will have faster procedures, more effective employees, Poles who are very good managers and who can manage these groups of people, Ukrainians who've been with us for years and who have also managed groups. Because in the meat industry, I haven't seen a single Pole. I go to these meetings very often, and they are there. They take up managerial posts. So I don't think anything will happen so that the French will take a different look at us, or Belgian people from Belgium or from Italy. Oh, perhaps. After all, our image is quite well. Our reputation is quite well. So, what could be really helpful in bringing down the barriers and letting us develop? Okay, I believe that we have all started dreaming here. Well, it would be wonderful that in these new regulations, we stopped about providing services in the territory of Poland, but from the territory of Poland. So this would be this change expressed in just one letter, but that would mean everything. I believe that we should all agree on our goal, which is neither regulation nor deregulation, nor more control nor less control, but greater effectiveness of our shared European economy. I'd like every public officer to have this in mind. And if they don't know what to do, this is what they should be guided by, because this is what our future is about. And now let's think. What happened in Europe so that we are ready to take in with joy Asian countries, which means that our competitiveness is going down globally, but at the same time, it is very difficult for us to take in Asian employees that can boost our effectiveness. Okay, I'm not asking you any concrete question right now. I'm just asking you for a word of summary from the point of view of the social insurance institution. Now, when it comes to coordination, well, nothing will happen in the future. The current amendment to the resolution, well, it started in 2016 and it hasn't finished yet. Sorry for being so sour, but you know, this legislative effectiveness requires that you are able to meet somewhere in the middle, to have this win-win approach, so that in the end the regulation is to be beneficial to everybody. Well, of course, it's impossible, but we should at least try and approach it most seriously. Because this is this decides about our competitiveness and our welfare. Now, technically speaking, I believe it would be good if we revised the opposite norms, the collision norms that we have, not necessarily concerning telework or platform work. For it, we would need this homogeneous definition. Lack of homogeneous definition means that it is understood differently in different countries. And the situation is quite unforeseeable. For example, you end up paying contributions not in the country where you would like to pay them. Now, I remember professor from the Leviathan conference said something, okay, so if I pay in Poland and in Germany, why can't I choose it that I pay contributions in Germany, because in the future I'd love to have German retirement pension. Of course, by saying this, he was quite provocative, but we should ask such provocative questions. We should ask about the point of certain regulations. I'm not saying that we should write the regulation from the resolution from scratch, but we should really ask ourselves the question why we need certain regulations. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are almost on time. Thank you very much for your presence, for your precious statements. Let me give our audience and let me give the floor to the host. Yes, but let's have a round of applause to Marta and her guests. Well, yes, you can keep clapping because we've heard very many interesting issues here. Let's take a family photo right now. Okay, a round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. Well, indeed, wonderful that Marta managed to encourage their speakers that they paint a broader perspective. We see that the barriers, well, whether they will be taken away or not, it all depends on political issues, but also this whole mechanisms of control and so on. Well, they have spoken about them and they are all outdated. Now, when I asked my mother-in-law on the day when we entered the EU, and because I was finishing my house at the time, and I asked my mother-in-law to send me from one PKO account to another, 500 zlotys. That transfer took 1 week. I was wondering whether, the money was on foot. And I believe that today, perhaps we had the same thoughts, because we have these digitalized institutions, but nothing has changed. I remember when I went to the post office that had computers, and I had to fill in a form, and then the lady in the post office had to tap in all this information to the computer, just swearing, because the computer meant that she simply had more work to do. I believe that politicians now operate in the world of myths, 19th century myths. They're fully unaware of the consequences of their operations. Just as the people who are behind Brexit. Those who are in front of the buses telling people, once we leave the EU, you will have 300 billion pounds more for your healthcare system and so on as of tomorrow. And, these were sheer lies. And that, of course, caused this economic disaster because, well, Poland grew by 20% since then, and they have grown by 1%. Well, we sent there our Ukrainians, but now they will send us their Pakistani people because Poles don't want to do certain jobs anymore, and Ukrainians don't want to do certain jobs either. For example, they don't want to pick strawberries. Do you want to eat strawberries? Do you want to buy strawberries 50 zlotys per kilogram? This is the choice we have to make. Okay, we will have now a coffee break and only 15 minutes for it.
Co ten, no to ja też mam magazyn, to w Warszawie mogę sobie spędzić czasem robię autorsy procesowe, a czasem wystarcza gdzie trzeba. No to złapmy się i gadajmy, fajnie, miło pana poznać. Bardzo mi się stało składnie, no to dobrze, to działajmy. Cokolwiek pan będzie potrzebował z pracownikami, to chętnie dałem panu swoje, to chętnie, bo jest... Mam agencję pracy. W Warszawie, tak? Cały czas jestem w Warszawie, a po Poznaniu, bo mamy dwie siedziby, ale no Warszawa jest. Założyłem 20 lat temu, no mam ją, bo po prostu założyłem dawno temu. Robię kongresy, robię polskie gospodarcze, wektory to mam, no bo oczywiście założyłem, no ale prawdziwy biznesmanie co jest. Zregulować jogę, czasem możemy wam wystarczyć, czasem możemy wam pogadać. Na Polskę, czy na cały izolatorów, betoniarzy, no są musieli legalizować, żeby te papiery. Więc też otworzyłem dzisiaj cokolwiek by się potrzebowali, to się spotkamy, no bo to jest mój problem, bo ja muszę, tak jak powiedziałem wprost, chcę ich dać do okresu, nie za 3 miesiące. Ale dobra, więc przyjdę się pogadać.
Jakoś to poprzestawiać?
Dobra, na ten czas patrzeć, lepiej. Woda, wodę.
A może nie, żeby to było...
czekaj, bo...
Nie w tą stronę, tylko tutaj wypaliśmy.
O to, żeby po prostu szklanki sprzątali, nowe szklanki, po prostu wodę, no. I nową wodę po prostu 4 lata.
No bo to, żeby było na froncie.
Ustaliłem, zaraz, nie, zaraz przyjdą po prostu zabrać butelki jakkolwiek, 3 butelki, tyle. Po prostu 2 butelki wody, bo jedna jest trochę nieotwarta, nie są otwarte, jakkolwiek. Szklaneczki poustawiamy fotele tak, oczywiście, żeby były 2 szklanki dla tych dwóch, 2 szklanki dla tych dwóch i będzie picobello wszystkie starana.
Nie centrujemy wszystko bardziej.
Tak, nie będziemy centrować,
Dobra.
tylko niech najpierw ogarną.
Dobra.
Nie, bo tak, na ten czas to tutaj leci, nie ma co patrzeć, bo jest opóźnienie po prostu. Teraz to możemy stać na scenie jako w ogóle prelegent.
Zdjęcie mogę wam zrobić.
Tutaj.
Wysiadaj teraz.
Nie wiem, co Dawaj, rób.
Musi pan zrozumieć, że
Dobra, już wystarczy biznesmen.
W sumie można odnieść, w sumie faktycznie pomyślałem o tym. Mamy to tam na stół.
Podaj.
Ale z tymi szmatami, nie? Tak, bo oni będą, oni już są nowe. No. will my presentation also appear here?
It will appear here and will be
Oh yeah,
visible
but this
here.
is
Yeah,
easiest.
yeah.
Oh yeah, then
And
I
then-
don't need my own laptop then.
And then that will be
Okay.
the prompter next and back, right? I will just make 120% sure that it's already here. That's what I have been told. But,
Yeah. Okay,
just
so I don't.
Tak, zaraz jeszcze tutaj. Tylko nie wiem, co to robi nagle Montes. Był cały czas? Ciągle kontynuujemy tunel. Naprawdę? No. Wow. No i no znowu też się zastanawiałem, ale ole. Dobra. Też minęło na pamięć. Już to sprawdzam dokładnie, bo dokładnie to koszty i fakty wyboru świadczeń w Unii Europejskiej. No. To jest to, ale wiesz, że było dwa nie, bo ja patrzę na stronie. Prawo? Co? A, bo teraz... Faktycznie, miałem rację, bo jeszcze przez następnowe po prostu wybrane świadczenie. Ja wiem. Można faktycznie trochę jest w prawo, nie? Nie, to czekaj, to na razie tak, bo równo. Nie? Teraz czy to będzie świecić? Będzie świecić. Będzie świecić. O, fuck. Właśnie, świeci ci? Świeci ci? Ja. Oprzyj się. Oprzyj się normalnie. Jakbyś miał być wygodny. I czy świeci? Dobra, czyli to trzeba zrobić tak, że trzeba zrobić przesunąć tak, że nie będzie to wyśrodkowane prosto. Robimy tak, żeby zakrywało to lamy, bo to jest trudne. Proszę mi powiedzieć, dlaczego nie mają najpierw mikrofon. A, dobra, jednak trochę jednak musimy to przesunąć w lewo, żeby zakrywało to lampę. Prosto. Zakrywamy to maksa lewo. Tak, olewamy prawo. Musimy olać, bo żeby to nie świeciło na ludzi, a to będzie akurat... Teraz to sprawdzę. Ty, to ja nic nie widzę. No. O, shit. Nie. Muszę tu jest. Tak? No tu świeci? Bo tych nie świeci, okej. Ale tego będzie świeciło. O. No, nie, tu jest akurat faktycznie, jeśli chodzi o to, więc niestety. Albo idziemy w maksa w prawo. Nie przesuniesz tego, bo to się odbije. No. Dobra, to jednak do przodu trochę. Weź przeszli w prawo w takim razie. Ten potem będzie do tego ten. Ten potem będzie tak. było 6. 6 było. Okej, dobra. To jest dobre. To zakrywa to. To zakrywa to w takim razie. Żeby oni mieli tu gdzieś siedzieć też. Woda jakkolwiek. To jeszcze też dalej, co nie? Lewo znaczy. Teraz lepiej. Świetnie. Tutaj jest dobrze. Można... Musi być tak robione. Nie no, bo łatwiej by było chyba... Weź spróbujcie. To nie jest za blisko? Ale odwróć się, spójrz jakbyś miał... No właśnie. No bo tam ludzie przecież patrzą, tak. Nie możemy... Aż tak. No dobrze, ładnie wygląda. A weź się spójrz tak. Być tak. No wiesz, o co by oko było. Ale jest ładnie. Dobra, jak to wygląda z tej perspektywy? No z tej perspektywy wygląda dobrze. Tu jest... Tak, to tłumaczę. Nie, bo pytaliśmy wcześniej, czy nie living. No. Ale tam ja pytałem się właśnie living co do tych świateł i powiedział, że nie. Więc tak, bo tu jest 15 minut, czyli będzie prowadzenie, a potem będzie siedzenie. A z tego krzesła jak się patrzy na chyba nie. No to wiesz, oni tak patrzą. Jarek, bo jeszcze jak enter mi popsujesz. Jak enter mi popsujesz? W ogóle nie. Dobra, to jest chyba fajnie. Nie, tu nie świeci, wszędzie... To boli oczy. No strasznie, to wstępuje maksymalnie.
Szanowni Państwo, zapraszamy na salę. Będzie jeszcze okazja do networkingu później.
Please join us back in this room. You will have other opportunities to do some networking. Things will be more visible. You'll better be able to see our speakers, but not only. We are reconvening and rather relaunching our deliberations in 2 minutes' time.
Drodzy Państwo, proszę o zajmowanie miejsc. Rozpoczynamy trzeci.
And we are launching our third session. This is the Congress of Labour or maybe Services Mobility. Quite a fascinating panel has been moderated by Marta just a moment ago. We've heard it time and time again. Stable and predictable provisions of the law. And an interesting slogan has been mentioned, to humanize the law. I really like that. Because basically it contains everything that we are talking about here. Humanize. Because business would not like to mistreat the people they employ. It's not only about declarations, it's about actions. So that we do not fall in the trap of poor regulations. In a moment, we will start another discussion. It will be moderated by Dr. Benio, but we're going to hear from a very important person who's done a lot for this Congress. A person that intellectually powers this Congress, Professor Herwig Verschuren from the University of Antwerp. Please go ahead.
So thank you very much for your introduction. I'm looking for my presentation here on the screen, but it's gone. Oh. Can somebody help me to have it here on the screen? I see the time.
Widzimy zegar.
So we see the clock, but the presentation seems to be somewhere very deep.
First, for the European Labour Mobility Institute and Stefan, Marek and Marcin for the invitation to speak again on your yearly conference, a very important event indeed to discuss all kinds of issues on labour mobility in Europe and the provision of services. That's the central idea today and tomorrow. How to guarantee that the freedom to provide services within the European Union is without barriers. And I'm a lawyer, so I will tackle some legal issues from a very specific angle in order to feed the discussion today, later today, and tomorrow. And I'm happy to be here also because I feel a little bit at home. I discovered that this venue was built by Gelamco, and Gelamco is in Belgium a famous building company, construction company that started to invest in Poland and Warsaw already 20 years ago. Now, why do I feel at home? Not because this is a Belgian company, but the owner of the Belgian company is also the owner of the Royal Antwerp Football Club. And that's the link between this venue and Antwerp. I suppose that he was able to buy the club because of the money he gained here in Poland. I will start with a Shakespearean question, to be or not to be posted. That's really the most important question. Shakespeare knew that it was important to be or not to be, but from a legal point of view and also for companies, it's important to know whether posting or not posting, whether the situation they are in is, from a legal point of view, genuinely posting. And why is it important to make the difference between what is posting and what is not posting? That's what I'm going to repeat because you know it all. It has an impact on applicable employment law. The Posting of Workers Directive identified the hardcore host state law that has to be applied, most importantly, the remuneration. But if it's not posting of workers, then it's free movement of workers, and then you have another set of employment law, the full employment law of the host state that is applicable, equal treatment in the context of the free movement of workers. On applicable social security law, the difference is crucial because when it's posting, you have to pay contributions and you're subject to the home state legislation, sending state legislation. If it's not posting, then you're fully subject as a company to the host state legislation. For applicable tax law, I'm not a tax lawyer, I'm not going to say much about tax, but it will be discussed, I think, later today or even tomorrow, that it has an impact on tax law. There are the bilateral tax agreements between the member states making a distinction between posting and non-posting. You have a number of administrative obligations, and they were mentioned today. The A1s, the posting declaration, so it's important to know whether you have to make such declarations or not, if it's posting or not. And then also on the right to enter and reside, and I will tackle that at the end of my intervention, which is maybe not that important for EU nationals, but it is important for third country nationals. So the difference between posting and non-posting is of the utmost importance, and therefore, and that's the angle that I will choose, that I chose to approach this question, the difference is, from a legal point of view, not always very clear. You have a number of what I would call gray zones due to unclear concepts, like what is temporarily, what is the habitual place of work, who is the employer, what is a letterbox company. And the differences in definitions we have between the different branches of law. In social security, it might be different compared to employment law, compared to the right to reside and immigration law. Sometimes you have confusing case law of the Court of Justice. I'm very respectful for the Court of Justice, but it's not always clear and easy to implement the judgments. And then most of all, and that's what we heard also today, the divergent practices between the member states. Some member states implement the concept in that way. In France, they interpret it in that way. In Germany, in another way. In the Netherlands, they're more lenient, and so on. So you have differences in interpretation. And my point today is that these gray zones, as such, are also a barrier to the freedom to provide services because they create legal uncertainty that make companies difficult to comply with the rules. Now, what are these gray zones? I've identified a number of topics I will discuss with you. Time is important, the nature of the activity, the situation in the sending member state, the situation in the host member state, the question who is the employer, and then finally something on the right to enter and reside in the host member state. First, time. It's not always gray, but sometimes it's gray. The Posting of Workers Directive, there is no strict time limit, but if it's longer than 12/18 months, you know that then the full employment law of the host member state will apply. But the temporality of the provision of services is the essence of a provision of a service. It's the difference between establishment in another member state or providing a service temporarily. That's the essence of the difference. And therefore, in the enforcement directive, the enforcement Posting of Workers Directive gives some indicative factors, but no clear strict criteria. Indicative factors to find out whether the provision of the service is temporarily or not. And on this slide, I give you a number of elements that are in this famous Article 3 of the Enforcement Directive. Yeah, it should be a limited period of time, but there is no strict time limit in the Posting of Workers Directive. The posted worker should return or is expected to resume working in the sending member state. The nature of the activities is important, the previous periods of posting. Now, my point is that these indicative criteria and factors can be interpreted differently from one member state to another, or even within a member state from one inspectorate to another inspectorate. So there can be different interpretations, a gray zone. And if the assessment fails, if the inspectorate of the host member state says, no, this is not temporarily, the consequence is for labor law that probably the host labor law, the employment law of the host member state will apply. So time in the Posting of Workers Directive, not very clearly defined. In the Social Security coordination, there is a clear threshold, 24 months, including, and it was criticized earlier today, no possibility to replace a already posted worker in order to circumvent that. First you post a worker for 24 months and then you post another worker for another 24 months and then the threshold is not met. And the Court of Justice in Alperin said that even the ban on replacement is also applicable if the posted worker is replaced by a worker posted by another employer. And if the period is longer than the host state Social Security is applicable, but it doesn't prevent that it continues to be a temporary service. It is possible that it continues to be a temporary service under the Posting of Workers Directive, but that under Social Security coordination, it is not posting anymore. And the most difficult distinction to be made in the Social Security regulation is the difference between posting and multi-state employment, between, for those who know the regulation, Article 12 and Article 13. Now, multi-state employment is a situation where a worker is, during a period of a month, of a year, for instance, posted for 3 months or active for 3 months in member state A, for 2 months in member state B, for 6 months in member state C. That's multi-state employment. And the implementing regulation says that it's the difference between what is a permanent situation, a person, a worker who permanently works in different member states consecutively, or whether it is ad hoc or temporarily. And in that case, it's posting. Now you could say, yeah, what's the difference? The difference is important because under Article 13, multi-state employment, there is no time limit and there is no requirement that the employer has substantial activities in the sending member state. And I will come back to the substantial activity. So there is importance between 12 and 13, an important difference. So you must make, as an institution, as Zeus, for instance, has to take a decision on what is posting and what is multi-state employment. The nature of the activities. Posting of Workers Directive, you know very well, 3 types of services, subcontracting, intergroup, and temporary work agency, and the directive says also, or placement agency. Now, ask many lawyers what is meant by a placement agency. There is nobody who can give you an exact definition. It is really a gray zone. What are these placement agencies? The only thing that you can find in the Posting of Workers Directive is that there should be an employment relationship between the posted worker during the period of posting. And I will come back to that when I discuss the concept of the employer. If there is no provision of a service, so if you send your worker to another member state to visit clients or whatever on business trips, then the Posting of Workers Directive does not apply, but it does not mean that there is no provision of services. It can be a provision of services, but the Posting of Workers Directive does not apply. The Social Security coordination, on the contrary, applies also in cases of business trips or attending seminars. Now, the nature of the activity, the most gray zone and the most ambiguous situation is the situation of third country nationals. Again, with all my respect for the case law of the Court of Justice, but on this point, the court is quite ambiguous. For instance, it said on the most recent judgment on third country nationals and posting of third country nationals, placement or making available of manpower active on the labor market of the host member state is not covered by the Van der Elst case law. What is it? Placement or making available manpower active on the labor market of the host member state. Does it mean that when a third country national is posted by a temporary work agency, it's not covered by Van der Elst? Question mark, gray zone. The situation in the sending member state, also there are some gray zones. The Posting of Workers Directive says clearly it's only applicable when a worker is posted from a member state where this worker normally works. Normally works. What is it? That he or she has to normally work in the sending member state. And can it be another member state than the member state where the employer is established? The member state where the posted worker normally works, can it be different from the member state where the employer is established? Question mark. And then, of course, the letterbox companies. The Enforcement Directive gives, again, indicative criteria to determine whether there are substantial activities other than purely internal management. And again, no strict criteria. Infrastructure, social security coverage, the place of recruitment, performance of substantial business activity, size of turnover. Indicative criteria to be interpreted by labor inspectorates in different member states, and they can have different opinion on how to fill in these indicative criteria. And if they say you do not fulfill the criteria, what are then the consequences? It's not always clear. Social security coordination, situation in the sending member state. The worker must have been subject to the social security system of the sending member state at least 1 month prior to the posting. That's a clear threshold. That's very clear. And it can even be coverage for the reason of being resident there. So there, I think there is not much not room for interpretation. However, what the employer is concerned, again, for social security coordination, the employer must have the substantial activities in the sending member state. And there again, the case law of the Court of Justice, indicative criteria, no strict criteria. The only clear judgment of the court was on the Team Power Europe, where the court said a temporary work agency, substantial activities for a temporary work agency means that this temporary work agency also assign temporary workers to users in the sending member state. That's a clear indication. Now, the situation in the sending member state, most unclear situation in my view is that of the third country nationals in the Van der Elst case law. The court said the situation of the posted worker must be lawful as regards residence, work permit, and social coverage. And I heard already today that the issue whether the residence in the sending member state is lawful for third country nationals is not always clearly to determine. The court also said they must carry out their main activity. They must carry out their main activity in the member state where the service provider is established. What is the main activity? Is it an activity during a certain period? No, said the court, you cannot put a certain period deadline, a very clear deadline, but if there is no clear deadline or clear prior occupation necessary in the sending member state, what is then the main activity? And the worker is supposed to resume work in the sending member state. So the nature and the duration of the employment and residence in the sending member state is not very clearly set out by this case law. And then the situation in the host member state. In Res Portuguesa, what was the very first judgment on posting of workers, the court said that they do not have access to the labor market of the host member state. They are only temporary there, and they are presumed to return back home after the job is done. But what is the difference between a structural employment in the host member state and a temporary employment, not having access to the labor market of the host member state, and not if the access is rather structural, then you would say, yeah, this is not posting, this is rather having access to the labor market. And then under the Posting of Workers Directive, when I discuss the situation in the host member state, there is specific case law saying that there should be sufficient connection with the territory of the host member state, and the Dobesberger and Van der Bos judgments are on transport workers just passing by, not having a real connection with the host member state. The Posting of Workers Directive is not applicable because the consequence would be that they would have be paid the remuneration of the member state where they just pass for a couple of hours. That would be absurd, of course. And then the question, who is the employer? That's an important question, of course. In the Posting of Workers Directive, the employer must be the service provider. Yeah? And the employer, there must be an employment relationship between the posting company and the worker. So I would say that employer of record companies paying the salaries but not having the authority over the worker cannot be seen as the employers of the posted worker. And recruitment offices, yeah, what is the difference between a placement of a worker, a recruitment officer, and is there a real employment relationship between the two? I can imagine that the labor inspectorates in some member states had difficulties to interpret it. In the Social Security Coordination Regulation, we have a judgment of the Court of Justice in the AFNB case. It was on multi-state employment, and the court said it's there important to know who is the employer because sometimes the member state where the employer is established is applicable. Then the court said the employer is the undertaking that has the actual authority over the worker, that does in reality bears the cost of paying the wages, and it has the actual power to dismiss the worker. So that's a definition of who is the employer. So we have to find out, yeah, is this really the company that has the actual authority and in reality bearing the cost of the wages? This is a judgment on Article 13. There is no judgment yet to apply also this definition in the real posting situation of Article 12, but I say, yeah, why not? And can you also use this definition in the implementation of the Posting of Workers Directive? Why not? But it's open question. It remains a gray zone. But it's important to find out for both the Posting of Workers Directive and for the Social Security Coordination to know who exactly is the real employer. And then finally, the right to enter and reside in the host member state. For EU nationals, that's not so difficult because EU nationals, free movement the free movement of persons in general, the directive on residence right, Directive 2004/38 applies. And in the first 3 months, there is no condition, but then there are already different applications by the member states. After 3 months, there are 2 categories. You have the workers, they have automatic the right to reside in the host member state. And you have the other category, those who have sufficient resources, or in sometimes also called the non-economically active. Now, a posted worker would be a worker in my view, but it's not a worker under the free movement of workers Article 45 of the treaty. So in some member states, they're considered as persons having sufficient resources. But it's important the difference. Why? Because the administrative procedure to obtain a residence permit is different. The administrative procedure for workers is much more easier than for persons having sufficient resources. And there are different practices by the member state between these 2 categories and also a gray zone. In my view, posted workers are workers under the directive and should automatically have the right to reside in the host member state. But for third country nationals, that's another business, of course, because third country nationals is linked to immigration policies of the member states. And the member states are, some member states, yeah, you know, it's a very sensitive issue because we need them. That's already demonstrated by the discussions today. But labor immigration from a third country to a member state is in the first place the competence of the member states. It's not regulated or to a limited extent by EU legislation. The treaty explicitly says that labor migration from a third country is in the first place, when it comes to determining the volumes, a member state's business. And therefore, the right to reside in the host member state is not self-evident. And in the SN judgment, the court said there is no derived right to reside from the freedom to provide services. So they do not have automatically a right to reside in the host member state. And therefore, after the Schengen period of 90 days, the host member state may require the application for a residence permit, and the residence permit may even be limited to 2 years. And the application of a residence permit, as you know, for third country nationals, no work permit can be required, no prior authorization, but it's a way. Is it a way to authorize the residence of the third country nationals in the member state? Yeah, the court was ambiguous. The court said, yeah, this residence permit or the possibility to request, to require residence permit is there to enable the host member state to control whether the conditions for posting of third country nationals are met. And I mentioned the conditions just a minute ago, and to check whether the person is not a threat to the public policy. And now I know that in the Netherlands there is a discussion whether this right to request a residence permit is constitutive of the right to reside or only declarative. Now this is legal jargon, and to make it clear, if it's constitutive, meaning that as long as you did not obtain the residence permit, your residence is under examination and it's not already obtained. In my view, if you read the judgment, it is not constitutive, but rather declarative. It's only a way to control whether the conditions are met. But once the conditions are met, the residence right derives from the freedom to provide services. But then in the beginning, the court said in the judgment, there is no derived right from the freedom to provide services. It's another example of where the case law of the Court of Justice, with all my respect for the court, creates itself gray zones. So, to be or not to be posted. The gray zones continue to exist. Concepts are defined differently, and different practices and different interpretations by the member states. And that's then my point for the conference of today and tomorrow to discuss also with you. This makes the provision of services legally and administrative sometimes uncertain and risky, and that as such is a barrier to the freedom to provide services. Now, how to strengthen the legal certainty? You can wait for new case law of the Court of Justice. Fair enough. But these are always individual cases, and the court will not always give all the answers. Clarifications by the Commission regularly comes up with reports on the implementation of the Posting of Workers Directive, reports on the implementation of other instruments, and then give clarifications on how to implement it. You have the posting guides issued by the Commission. That's true. Legislative initiatives, question mark. Yes, you know, discussions and negotiations are sometimes difficult, and my experience also said that these ambiguities and gray zones in legislation are there because there was no sufficient agreement between member states, and then they left it a little bit vague, and then you create gray zones, and these gray zones, that's my point, risk to become a barrier to the freedom to provide services. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję panu profesorowi.
Professor, thank you very much indeed. Now, remember, I'm a layperson. Whenever I return from one of these conferences, entrepreneurs ask me this question. Let's say that is San Diego, a beautiful place, and representatives of all United States get together and talk about what we talk about, how to post a worker from California to Texas. Do they hold such discussions? Do they talk about gray zones over there? This is a question that I hear quite often from entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs, business people should pursue business. Professor, thank you for pointing to gray zones, because gray zones is the material used by populists. Quite often they are mythologized, magnified. And that's what we are talking about, what we are going to discuss. Myths. Myths are used in the public space to pursue politics. I'm a journalist, a columnist, and I see that as a kind of a smokescreen. Because as a result, the public opinion drifts or shifts their attention away from political choices and impacts of those decisions. Populists tend not to look at consequences. Look at, Latin America. The authorities over there follow that very playbook. And I am afraid that this playbook will be used here. It's going to be used unless we don't do a better job. So we know what the consequences are. You can see them on posters. I write about all that at length, but populists deny that. Dr. Benio will run a very interesting panel. This panel going to be much shorter because we are quite delayed. We are behind schedule, almost like one of those famous authorities from the beautiful city of Wrocław, which are famously behind deadlines. Marek, let me invite you and your guests. Sabina Wojciech-Lubejska from the University of Technology, Kamil Matuszczyk from the University of Warsaw, Mr. Kaczpulski from a law firm, Mr. Roque from the University of Strasbourg. Gentlemen.
This session is going to be in English. Thank you, interpreters. Because we have one guest from France, our Italian friend from France, University of Strasbourg, Marco Rocca. We also have Sabina Kubiciel-Lodzińska from Technical University of Opole, and Kamil Matuszczyk from University of Warsaw. And we have one person who is not a professional researcher, although research is his daily bread, because Michał Kacprzyk is a lawyer from Raczkowski law firm, and he's head of global migration, of immigration, and all types of migration in the firm. So we will have few very different views from researchers, because Sabina is an economist. Who are you? Political scientist? No. Social policy specialist and a lawyer. And Michał, of course, is a lawyer, but he will give us the practical answer. And I decided, and I discussed it with the panelists, that we will have only one round of questions, and then we will give floor for some 5-10 minutes to the audience. So be prepared to ask the questions. And the question is really in the title. It's first, what do you research? And second question is, what facts have you discovered that abolished the myths about freedom to provide services, about migration, or whatever you research, because that's the first part of the question. And of course, the question will be a little bit different to Michał. We will kindly ask you to tell what are the practical surprises that you've discovered in your daily practice. So let's have this round. Let's start with Sabina.
Thank you very much for having me. So I'm dealing with research on immigrants in Poland. I started in 2006, and at this time it was a very not common topic because we were a country of emigration, especially in Opolskie Voivodeship, where I live and where I work. But the myths and facts, yes. Fact is that immigrants are very important of our labor market, and we know it. Facts are that regarding the Polish social insurance institution, we have about 1.3 million foreigners in our insurance system, and 800,000 are Ukrainian citizens. Most of them are working, and that's very, very good for our economy. We thought firstly, as refugees came to Poland in 2022, that they would stay only for a while. And also when we were conducting research with women who came to our country, they told us, well, we want to go home, we only want to stay here for a while. But now we see that they changed and they want to stay in Poland, especially because they have children here. I'm also a mother of 3. That's why I know that this is a very important topic and case regarding the decision of staying. For example, when some of these women came to Poland with small children, 4 or 5 years old, and now they are 9, this is a half of their lives spent in Poland. That's why they do not want to change anything for them. And I have also some data. We have also do 4 times research regarding Ukrainian migrants and refugees in Poland in 2022, 3, 4, and 5. And we see that our respondents who are very important, as you have pointed here in the employees group, they see that more than they see that they don't have the opportunity to use their qualification. We know that almost half of refugees who came to Poland have higher education, but they are employed under their qualification. So if they will stay here in Poland, this is a very hot case regarding employers to hire them on the level of their qualification. And I think also the respondents said that they feel that they are treated as cheap labor. I think it's very sad for us that we don't use the group of people, but we should, I think.
So it's fair to conclude that on one hand, it's incredible success that instead of being just, war refugees or war fleers, they were integrated with the labor market. But at the same time, it's not really an integration because they don't do their jobs. They do underqualified jobs.
First of all, is because of the language. When you would like to be higher on higher position, you have to speak fluent Polish. And you need time to learn it. But the second thing I think is also important, it's the way of thinking of employers about this group of people. That they do not want to come to us only to earn fast money, but they want to stay in our labor market and also do something which is connected with their qualification. I think I'm also a good example because my father was working almost 20 years in Germany. And he never thought about being in Germany, about working in Germany as something that is stable for him. We were living in Opole, and he was going there only to earn money. So he never thought to do something what was connected with his education. Because it was 20 years of not permanent labor in Germany. But in case of people who are thinking about staying here, giving them the chance, the opportunity to do something connected with their qualifications, educations. I think it's very important. We also did research with a group of Ukrainians who came to Poland before the war, and there was something very important, I think, that they have pointed. It's mainly the case of their way of thinking about themselves, their aspirations. So we have a group of Ukrainians who thought, well, we are migrants, we don't even try to find something which is connected with our qualifications. But there was also a group of people who were thinking, well, yes, I will try, but first I have to learn the language. And the other thing, they have also have the chance from the employers to be hired on these higher positions. And the last thing, we have in Opolskie Voivodeship a competition, Opole Friendly Company for Migrants. Our university is running this competition. We have 3 editions of this event, and this is also our way of talking to our local society. Look, migrants are very important, and also very important role plays employers. You are this point who is responsible for integration. We don't need any special programs, I think. When we have employers who knows their role, they will do this integration process, I think, in a better way than any institutions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's not forget that this 700,000 of Ukrainian workers who escaped from war, they are actually postponing the shower that we're going to feel because of demographic changes. Because otherwise we would already feel it very hard. Let's go to your case.
Okay, thank you so much, Marek. Good afternoon. Maybe I will focus in terms of myths and the facts, maybe on my main topic, which I spent almost 10 years, and also my PhD dissertation was devoted. So I'm in the mobility of the domestic care workers, especially from the Ukraine to Poland, but also from the Poland to Germany. And maybe I will share with some qualitative and quantitative outcomes from our project with my colleagues from the Germany DESIM Institute. This is in Berlin, Germany, Institute for Integration and Migration. And we found that, generally speaking, there is some myths or some discourse about that the caregivers, generally speaking, this is one of the most vulnerable groups, exploitative by employers, by intermediaries, and this is, only just gray zone when we discuss about this kind of domestic services. But our research, as we have found, we developed that this is not only, some disadvantages for these mobile workers. We also revealed that this kind of mobile workers from Poland, especially posted by the companies to Germany, they also have a lot of advantages in terms of gains, for example, from this kind of job. Because we discuss about the macro level, the political level, but in terms of the micro level, like, for example, what kind of experience they can gain, for example, from that kind of jobs. And we found in our qualitative and quantitative research that, for example, this is, of course, the social security contributions paid, for example, in descending countries like in Poland. So this is also important because some of the, especially mature women like 50s, 60s, for example, they decided go to abroad to collect this money, for example, for the pension money, for example, in the future. So this is important strategy for tens of thousands of Polish women, for example, just going to another countries that they circulate between countries. We, as a migration researcher, we mostly prefer using the circularity terminology. But of course, this is the times in terms of legal aspect, this is the posting of workers mostly. So this is the one. So for example, vast majority of these women, especially in this specific working age, I mean 50s, 60s, for example, this is a strategy to collect money, for example, for the further pension and retirement. The second one, for example, this is also important. We found that this is the improving of the language skills, for example. Yes, because we forgot about this. This is not the only exploitation. This is not only, the low skilled workers, because they collect week by week, month by month, some new qualification in terms of Germany. So this is also important for them, and they come back to Poland, for example, for a few months, and then also use this kind of knowledge to some extent. Of course, there is issue when this kind of mobile workers, they can use this kind of advantages. Mostly, first-time workers, they experience maybe some negative aspects. But after a few months, few years, for example, when they are more mobile and they decide, for example, going again and again, they collect a lot of advantages in terms of their mobility. So the social security contributions, the language skills, but also, for example, for someone, this is, the only strategy, for example, to solve the problem of the unemployment. Yes, because we still forgotten also our policymakers, political elites, they also forgot about that, for example, these kind of women, for example, they will struggle the problems on the local labor market. So that's why, for example, when they are posted to the domestic care sectors, this is the strategy for them, but also for the local labor market, for example, to solve the problem of unemployed, for example. Yes, because in Poland we don't have enough space, enough job vacancies, for example, when they can be active in that sectors. So maybe this is the three most points, for example, from our research on the domestic care services. So the myths, it's like, there is the explanation, this is the only low wage sectors and the workers are poor, are only working in poor employment conditions, but this is not the true, yes, and we try to revise these pictures using our research. Another facts, and I think this is also important to discussion about this, in terms of, generally speaking, long-term care, because as we know, and as I know on the audience, there is a plenty of person who do this business, using sending the workers to the domestic care sectors. I think it's also important that politicians, generally speaking, regardless Poland, Germany, and other countries, they don't perceive domestic care sectors as a important element of the economy or society. Unfortunately, there is the invisible, forbidden, forgotten topics. For example, for some political makers, they don't perceive, especially who will who fulfill these job vacancies in the domestic care sector. So they only see necessity that should be, for example, establish some financial system, some regulations. But when we should discuss about who will do this job, who will take care for the dependent person, that will be, the huge problems. And we observe, and my PhD dissertation was devoted for that issue, why policymakers, why political elites, they try to push responsibility for this workforce flows between different countries to the gray zone mostly. Yes, so this is the one of the facts. And the last one, maybe I will also put, and maybe to discuss what we observe, because I'm migration research and social policy researcher, but also I spend a lot of time right now to conducting research in terms of the migration policy and politics. And what we observe, and this is maybe something dangerous for some sectors. So this is the sectoral regulatory turn in migration policy. So just some countries, they try to establish specific regulations which can, for example, workers in particular sectors can be treated in more privileged way. Like, for example, the agriculture. This is the one of the example where, for example, the gray zone is huge. There is lack of control, for example, also in Poland. This is also issue, the National Labor Inspectorate, for example. But in terms of care, that should be also treated as something unique sectors which should be treated in other way. But unfortunately, some policymakers, they perceive that some sectors can be more privileged, some sectors are more crucial for the national economy, and that's why this is something dangerous and some crucial, for discussion how we should create migration policy, migration governance measures, because this is, dangerous that some particular groups can push their own interest, their own vision, for example, forgotten about different and other sectors. So this is also from our research that this kind of selectiveness turn and sectoral turn, yes, because this is also crucial, especially visible within the EU member state countries.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting because I think we have just discovered a sector which is not over-regulated for the structural need to not to have an eye on it, not to have a public eye on it. And I think the answer, but correct me if I'm wrong, the answer is that if the governments wanted the actors to play by the rules, they would have to pour a lot of public money to subsidize this type of service. We will talk about this tomorrow in the mobile care session, but is that the conclusion, safe conclusion from your findings?
Safe conclusions like?
That the governments turn a blind eye on the gray zone on purpose.
Yes, in specific sectors, like, for example, domestic care, yes.
Yeah.
Especially in agriculture, because what we found, maybe this is not the topic for this Congress, but we found that the agriculture exceptionalism, this is the one of the prominent approach in terms of one particular sectors like agriculture, seasonal job. We believe that some extent can be also found in the domestic care sectors, but politicians, they don't see any advantages, any profits, for example, from that they should also regulate these sectors, maybe just to support the companies, for example, who try to fulfill the labor shortages in the sectors. But yes, I think this is the what you said, Marek. This is the invisible for the politicians, because this is important. But I think this is not the case. The agriculture is much more privileged than, for example, domestic care sector. So this is from our research, and we found a lot of examples showing that the farmers, the companies in agriculture, they have more privilege power, especially in terms of, for example, someone who can protest, who can lobby, who can frame the issue that we need workers. But in domestic sectors, there is the always issue who should be the lobbyists, who should, ask the supports, who should, be the voice of the sectors. And there is no just collective voice, for example, in the domestic sectors.
A silent sector. Marco.
Right. So I feel quite guilty because I am the cause of this panel being in English. So I robbed you of a panel in Polish, and I'm really sorry that I can't speak Polish, because otherwise I would be delighted to partake into that. Yeah, give me time. Right. So yeah, I'm Marco. My insights for this panel come from the participation in the wonderful Posting Stat 2 project, and also in my own project called European Birds of Passage, where we deal with social rights of temporary labor migrants in Europe, including in that definition, in a quite heretical way, for lawyers also posted workers, who of course are not migrants but mobile workers, as we know. So I will focus more on the question of trade-offs, which is in the title, inspired by many of the things I've heard today. So thank you for all the interesting elements for the previous speakers. I will start from something more concrete, and then little by little we go more into the abstract, because I am that kind of researcher. So in the concrete, doing research on France, which has a reputation for being a very difficult country to send workers to, I'm sure here in the room more or less everybody agrees. I was very surprised by the numbers on sanctions and recovering, because again, for such a bad, dangerous country to send your posted workers to. France has a rate of recovery of sanctions on posting companies, which is around 50%, whereas against French companies, it's around 85%. And for certain countries, there are huge disparities on average. So for certain member states, this drops to 20%. So all these very high, incredible sanctions can be more of a show sometimes, because in the end you don't end up getting the money. At the tail end of long and difficult labor inspections, procedures, and so on. So in this sense, this brings me to a first idea for a trade-off. We have been hearing today a lot of calls for seamless, frictionless cooperation between administrations in order to make posting easier. The trade-off for that would be that also the sanctioning apparatus should then work in a seamless, very frictionless way, and the rate of sanction recovery should then be similar to the one in the case of France for French companies, but for other member states, similarly for local companies. We have heard also about gray zones. From Professor Verschuren before. This is my surprise for today to see so many fans of the French Revolution approach, where the judge must be the mouth of the law. A person reading the code should be able to know the law and don't need any judge to apply it. This is kind of surprising for an audience made up of, I believe, legal experts, because I believe we know jurisprudence from Roman times and even before. And the idea that we can do without gray areas seems a bit unlikely. And here the trade-off that I would like you to reflect about when you feel this desire for perfect knowledge of the law ex ante would be that, for instance, let's take temporariness, which was mentioned. If we put a threshold on posting of workers, 30 days over a period of 180 days, very clear, no interpretation. You happy? Probably not. So maybe you prefer ad hoc evaluation of what is temporary, based basically on, is it a provision of services or is it establishment, which is not regulated, as we know, so that a service can last for years and years and years and still be temporary, because it's an ad hoc, gray area, careful. Similarly, agency as posting or not. So my belief, based on my research, is that we are ripe for an excision of agency posting. These I'm futurologist, so of course I'm wrong. But if I had to see a scenario for a seismic shift in the future, that would be the one I would put my bet on, because we have seen moves in terms of agencies, temporary work agency providing access to the labor market. And this is really one of the definitions of what posting is not access to the labor market, whereas now the code many times has repeated that agency do indeed provide workers to access the labor market. And already in the Posting of Workers Directive, we have more equal treatment for posted workers by agencies. So I think there is a movement towards the excision of temporary work agencies from the posting framework. And again, maybe you are not happy about it, but that means that if you don't do that, you keep your gray area where your posting by agency might end up being caught in an interpretation. It was the case in SN and others, where they explained, but we have discussed the case 2 years ago here, where posting of third country nationals by agency was considered to be illegal migration to another member state. So trade-off, clarifying might not be in the sense that one wants. And then the question of migration and posting, here coming to my European birds of passage hat, and I finish on this point, hope I'm not being too long. So I come to my European birds of passage hat, and I come to the posting of third country nationals, of course. And The idea is that there was a debate behind the scenes on possible regulation on this. Apparently, it's not going to happen. And I'm sure many have drawn a breath of relief. Oof, no regulation. Better if there is no regulation. But if there is no regulation, of course, you remain in this gray area where posting of third country nationals will go back to member states. Okay, and this is very much mirroring what happened with the posting of workers directive, because you had the case law of the Court of Justice and then 6 years of negotiation for the posting of workers directive. And in the meantime, member states moved forward. France, Germany, they started to introduce their own legislation. And then somebody from more export-led countries thought, oh, maybe it's better to have a directive. So we stop, we preempt national legislation. So again, maybe you are drawing a breath of relief because there is no new directive on posting of third country nationals, but that means that you will have more surprises from member states. And in the same vein, if you have think or support policies which tend to restrict migration, labor migration, I'm not talking about posting, I'm talking about classic labor migration. Maybe you voted for a party who wants less migration, maybe you support that, maybe you think it's a good idea. Well, it's the same in other member states. And then when posted third country nationals arrive, immediately in this member state, the reaction will be, hey, we said we didn't want migration of third country nationals. Who are these third country nationals which we cannot control? Okay, so if you support such a policy at home, don't be surprised if other people in other member states support it at home as well. And with that, I finish.
Well, thank you very much. I changed my mind after listening to Professor Verschuren and now Marco. I must revise what I said before, that we have clear jurisprudence on posting of third country nationals. We don't. The problem is that if we replace this lack of clear jurisprudence with the regulation, will it lead to simplification? Because the rules are only as good, are only good if they are good. And the Frankenstein fear stays with me. So I think we will have to cope with this dilemma in the next Congress as well. Michał.
Thank you, Marek. Thank you for your kind introduction. Thank you for having me here. You introduced me by that I'm an immigration lawyer. More and more often I feel from my clients that they say I'm not immigration lawyer any longer, I'm immigration ninja, or at least samurai. Why is that? Because the immigration regulations got really, really complicated here. And sometimes I have a feeling they just got extreme. It cannot be any more complicated, any more over-regulated than it is right now. And then a new reform comes, which the major aim is to simplify the things. But if I hear that politicians will simplify something, it's totally opposite. It's the other way around. Starting from myths and how we understand immigration in Poland, its perception. I really like what Sabina said about what's the perception of migrants and how they feel here, whether they feel here at home. But if you watch TV, which I'm trying to avoid, you often hear that actually migrants can be the source of many problems here. Migrants are stealing our jobs. And if you look back in time, say 15, 20 years ago, nobody was discussing about migrants. This topic was not existing. It's like, who are the migrants? Who are they? We had like little foreign nationals here in this country. But now things changed. Somehow it makes us closer to Western Europe, where these topics were always live and people were discussing about migrants that are stealing the jobs. And this is right now going on in Poland. So obviously I'm very unhappy to hear this, because this is nonsense. And more often this, debate is becoming more disgusting. But at some point, it means that Poland already has the same problems as Western Europe had in the past already. So it makes us very close to that. Another political campaign, I think, like brings more absurd issues on the table, and more this topic is politicized. This is about the myths. We have to be careful with that, because this topic was already discussed today about the Brexit. These issues were raised for years and years in UK by each and every politician who wanted to, build their career. And finally, like, they put a fire on this. So people decided that all the bad things going on in UK are related to foreign nationals and EU. It's a nonsense, of course. It was a nonsense. After the Brexit, they realized that NHS is not treating them much better than it used to be. And Poles, Bulgarians, Romanians, they started leaving the country. So they had to go through the major reform to bring new people to the UK, but they failed because, again, it was over-regulated. And the second, they realized they have to bring people from Asia because Europeans are not interested any longer to work and stay in UK. So politicians bring barriers, and this is very visible in Poland too. In the morning, I think it was Marcin, he mentioned it, that if you are going to the Polish consul and you apply for a Polish visa and you reveal that this is the employee that's to be posted from Poland by the Polish company, you will fail. The visa application will be rejected. It's the same about the residence permit in Poland, and the reason is because when you are having employee user, for example, you cannot directly reveal that the person will be posted, because for the employee user, you have to provide the Polish corporate numbers. And of course, the foreign company does not have a Polish corporate numbers. So you kind of have to play around this, but it's a bit like playing stupid. So you advising and you advise against the regulations, in fact, and these immigration officers, so these labor officers that are still issuing the permits and work authorizations, they kind of put a blind eye on this. So some are pretending they don't see. So all in all, it doesn't make sense. This is one example. Another example is something that Marek was lobbying for, and that I really much appreciate, that because of the recent reform immigration law in Poland, for example, Ukrainians who are posted to another EU country for longer than 30 days, they lose protection in Poland, which means they're losing right to stay. And before, there were exemptions. If you were posted, of course, due to work, or there was a business trip and you were staying abroad for a longer period of time, you are not losing the right to stay in Poland. Now you are losing, and this is unconditional. Another one that comes to my mind, also following the last recent reform in Poland, is that Polish entrepreneurs, they have very limited options to recruit labor force from the other EU countries. Why? Because if you have a visa issued by the other Schengen country, of course you can come to Poland for 90 days, but you cannot submit your residence permit application, which means that having, for example, a German visa and coming to Poland, you can only stay for 90 days without actual option to get the residence permit in Poland. So of course one can ask, why don't they apply for a visa first? Well, this is neither possible, because to get a Polish visa, you have to go to your home country, because Indian national cannot apply for a Polish visa in Germany. So going back home is the only option. So there are several points I would like to discuss, but of course we don't have much time. And as the time is of the essence, there's another major problem in Poland, is that we are waiting long for everything. And being passive against this waiting time, it's a barrier itself. I already realized that when clients ask me when something will happen, I already changed my language. I'm saying that immediately in Poland is like 2-3 months. Quite fast, up to 1 year. If it takes 2 years, I would say we will see. So you see how, how strange it became to navigate through the deadlines and terms, which are usually essential to when you're running a business. A city named Wrocław was mentioned here several times. If you don't know where the Wrocław is, you may think it's like a horrible place. But Wrocław is a fantastic city, but because of the numbers of the foreign nationals there, and because of immigration office very inefficient, it just takes ages and ages. Last point, very last point. To give you example why I'm talking about this, immigration office in Wrocław has a LinkedIn profile. I guess you all follow LinkedIn, and in the beginning of this year, they published a post just to show off how successful they are. And the post refers to the situation that they only have 50 pending applications started in 2022 or earlier. It means there are only 50 people that are waiting more than 3 years and a half to get a residence permit. What a great success. And they show up with that. So to conclude, more and more barriers we bring, it will strike back. And we really regret this in the future because it will be too late to change this.
I don't have a better punchline, really, for this panel. So I go straight to the discussion. Thank you, Michał, for this. Do you have any questions to our panelists? You may ask them in Polish. I will translate for Marco. Almost as expected.
Proszę się przedstawić, ja będę trzymał mikrofon.
Kalina Jerzyło po tej stronie. Pan trzyma, dobra. Ja chciałam tylko podpytać, czy my...
A question. Can we ask only about social issues, or can we ask more general questions too?
Chyba pan...
The thing is, Michał is a lawyer specializing in migration law. So the question is this. For a long time now, a foreigner who's got another visa, Schengen country visa, they can stay here for up to 90 days. Can such a person take up a job? Can they work for 80 days when they have all the necessary documents or not? Is it a yes or a no? Do I answer in Polish or in English? So they cannot work if they have a visa from another country. The question is, can they even file for a residence permit to stay here longer? One, it's difficult to employ somebody who has a residence title from another country. You're not talking about posting, right? We are recruiting that person. Yes, just as I said before.
Czy to znaczy, że...
What does it mean? They can work when they've got a residence permit, but not if they've got a visa. They cannot file for a longer stay. They cannot extend their stay. Right. Unless they file for the blue card. However, usually when you do a basic job, you do not qualify for a blue card. This is one of the barriers that I've mentioned, and it significantly makes it harder to recruit somebody from another Schengen zone country. Please speak to the mic. I believe that we are entering the area that has to do with workshops. Various labor inspectorate are represented here. Now, the people from Warsaw say that it is impossible. to work in this way. I'm not saying that against you. The long and short of it is that there are different interpretations issued by various public authorities. I believe that public servants that would be qualified to answer that are not present. What do we do when there are divergent interpretations? Where do we go then? And this is what my clients ask for. This is why they reach out to me. You're not going to get any official binding interpretation. No Polish authority will give you such a binding interpretation. Nobody's going to give you a ready solution on a plate, on a platter. That is true about many countries. It is not possible to get a binding interpretation, so the fact that you cannot get it in Poland is not terribly surprising. What is surprising is that we are drafting regulations that are drafted basically very quickly. They are rushed through and of low quality.
I have a question for Marco, but we don't know each other, but from my colleagues, I know that you represent this pro-social perspective. You also live in France, which is the source of everything in that area. And I mean, can I ask you about your perspective now in the context of the Mario Draghi report, of what you heard, and because the panel is about trade-offs, and we were always proud for being social economy, a little bit maybe hyper-social. About social is protection, isn't it? And protection is, I think, maybe the trade-off for competitiveness a little bit, but it stopped working a bit, and we are getting poorer. I mean, we feel poorer. We see the numbers. Is it social? I mean, what? I mean, can you just? I want to see and hear your perspective about it. And is it changing a bit? Is it the French perspective changing? Maybe not only yours.
So, I do not represent the country I am working in, and when in giving an answer, there is no point in telling you what I believe about the word. My personal perspective as a citizen is one thing. Another one is what I draw from my research. And another one is, of course, empirical data. So you say we are getting poorer. Of course, that's, you might say in relative terms, maybe compared to other areas of the world, which are catching up faster, but we are not. We are getting richer. Poland is particularly getting richer, and certainly is a success story in the EU in this sense. So it seems that something must be working. So we are not getting poorer. Who is getting poorer in terms of how we divide our resources in society is, of course, workers. And it's those, especially those at the lowest levels of salaries, who in many cases work in migrantized sectors, which might be migrantized in terms of migration from third countries, seasonal workers in agriculture, or migrantized in terms of posting, construction, and so on. So my perspective is that if you are concerned about the fact that somebody is getting poorer, you would be thinking on how to re-equalize the power resources in society so that a certain part of society, workers, can claim a bigger share of this cake, which is getting bigger every year, okay? If your perspective is an international race where we are getting poorer than the US, I mean, I'm still pretty happy to be in Europe right now, but to each their own. If you are saying our competition with China, it's very difficult to compare a country which is catching up to a country which, again, an area which is the richest area of the world, essentially. So my perspective is that in the internal market, we mainly trade with each other. We export a lot, yes, we are still a machine for exporting manufacturing, but most of our trade is with each other. So in this sense, raising the level of wages, particularly for workers, is the way in which we all become richer, because we produce our own demand. We are more resistant to shocks, which seems to be very frequent right now at the international level, because we consume our own products. So that would be my answer for somebody who looks at social areas. And I will take this opportunity of being called to defend social rights to add one perspective on third country nationals, because we have talked about regulation and you are probably thinking about clarification and can you access or not, working permits and so on. But for me, when I think of regulation for covering posted third country national, it is 100% about their vulnerability, which is incredible under the law. Their own presence in the member state of posting is tied to the business decision of the employer, who might have done something right or wrong, and they will be illegal, with all the brackets that I can afford, migrants, because the employer has done something wrong. So we shift from the labor law perspective, the worker is never sanctioned, to a migration perspective where they will pay the consequence. So why I want regulation is actually to protect these workers so that we can make sure, for instance, if their employer is found to have done some illegal posting, whatever that means, the workers are protected from the sanctions concerning their work during the posting. That would be my perspective of what is really urgent in terms of intervention on third country national posted workers.
And I think we have to finish here, if you don't object drastically. No. Thank you very much. This was interesting discussion. Thank you very much. And I'll give floor to Zbyszek.
Yes, but the photo of this panel, yes, and bravo, please. Moment, no. In the photo. Okay. Yes, this is the photographer. Yeah. Bravo. Proszę, brawka jeszcze dla mnie.
Let us put our hands together for the panelists.
Tak, faktycznie.
Right, Marek, please stay on stage. Because we have this tradition of having a fireside chat. There is no fireplace, but let's have a summary. I hope you can put it in a short statement. We've heard quite a lot. You study all that. You are the brain behind it all. And yet I believe that you've learned a number of things. I believe that there have been a number of brilliant insights even. What are those? Well, the first brilliant insight is this. You should fight, even if it takes very long. So we've been quite successful. I'm talking about the infringement procedure. We're talking about the Wanderlust procedure in Germany. That is the fruit of many years of work, hard work and persistence. And work pays. I encourage you to do that. You might believe to be right, even though nobody believes you. Do look it up. Maybe you are right after all. So we've got this Wanderlust visa case, and this is what I've learned from it. I would like to follow up on what Marco said in the last panel. It's very closely interlinked with what I've said. You might still remember this Van der Ernst case. It was the employer that bore the brunt. It's the employer that got punished by the French authorities because he never tried to obtain a work permit, and the Court of Justice judged it to be in violation of the treaties. When it comes to the Van der Ernst visa, all the negative consequences were suffered by third country nationals. They were simply taken out of a bus somewhere on a German autobahn, and they were asked, "Why did you come to Germany?" And they answer, "I'm going to work," right? "Do you have a work permit?" they asked them. "No, I already have a job in Poland." However, they hear, if you want to take up any paid activity, irrespectively of who you work for, you are no longer allowed to enter the Schengen zone. And I will use all the inverted commas. You become an illegal, in inverted commas, naturally, which is terrifying. And this is what we see in the internal market now. No surprise then that employers do not want to put their employees in such a position, and they no longer post them. When they no longer post them, services stop flowing. They are no longer delivered. And it comes as no surprise when employers say what they say. Mind you, we wanted to avoid that in this Congress. Namely, in many panels, employers say, we need employees. We really do. This Congress is about the fact that we already have employees. They are our employees. The thing is, they are not EU citizens. And this is the only reason why we cannot post them. And that very fact in and of itself is a barrier in their freedom to provide services. And that barrier hurts the Court of Justice case law when it comes to posting third country nationals. Another surprise was the professor's speech. What do I mean by that? When it comes to the coordination of social security systems, and when it comes to issuing A1, I deeply believe that it's really easy. Yes, you've got a lot of gray zones, and I agree with what you said, Professor. It is still easy. I'm not sure if it is the right conclusion here, but please notice. It is one of those EU regulations that has not been meddled with for a long time. It has been left to its own devices. And we know that it's imperfect. We know that it was drafted in a different era. I know. But you know what? Maybe when you stop regulating, it is already a step towards simplification. So it is even better, sometimes employers say, to have an imperfect regulation that has been left to itself, but at least we know what it is. Posting in progress do not disturb. You've got those do not disturb tags in hotels. So this is how I see it. Posting in progress do not disturb. This is one solution. And the last discovery, I'm not surprised, but I hope that you are, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we've heard the public administration presenting a position that was quite progressive, really progressive. I wish we had ministers that are so brave in decision making and so consistent. If our ministers were like that, we wouldn't need this Congress. We could simply go and have drinks. But it's not over yet. Marek, for years we've been meeting here and we believe that there are a number of things that we can say. We've got arguments, and business has delivered us a number of arguments. But the question is, we are realists. We know how things are. What should we, all of us here, do to make people believe us? Because it is not only about learning things, it's about how you take all this information and transform it. How do you translate it into proper decisions? How can we help Madam Director with her decisions? There is this coalition of the Polish service exporters. It's a good example. It was difficult to put them together. We have talked to all these employers, entrepreneurs, and they believed that they were in the wrong, that they were doing something wrong. And they didn't want to make any noise, make any waves, you know? They believed that if they rebel, they will have a hard time. So essentially, they've been quite heroic in joining this group. I would like that approach to be normal. Maybe you feel that it's hard for you to deliver your services abroad, and those difficulties stem from legislation or from administrative practices. If you believe that, you need to come together. You need to unite and speak in one voice, because you have a right to provide services, and it is rooted in treaties. And it also translates into the well-being, the welfare of the posted workers. Posting has always been a win-win. And I find it very difficult to understand why anyone would ever call it a problem or an issue. Let me conclude this way. Let us try to imagine that ELMI, that this institution never came to be. Because what are you? You are this common universal movement, right? Popular movement. People came together to fight for their own rights. Not sure if Poland would be the 20th biggest economy in the world had it not been for this organization. As a journalist, a person that analyzes numbers, I can only tell you, thank you for your service. Thank you to Stefan, thank you to your council, thank you to all those who have been involved in this project. You've done quite a lot for Europe. Thank you. But I need to respond to that. Thank you for your applause, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I never planned to say it from a stage, but I will respond to what you have said seriously. 13 years ago, we were supposed to put out just one fire, legislative fire in the EU. It was about the enforcement directive. 13 years later, we still have work to do. And there are so many people that work with us that are here. And basically, the fact that we are still around is a failure on the part of the European project. We should not be necessary as a project. I disagree. The whole thing about the EU is that we discuss things, and bad ideas fight with good ideas. There is no dictator that will say, this is how you do it. I believe that it's something good. And this is why I believe that the EU is going to grow. It is not a phoenix that is going to be reborn out of the ashes, because there are no ashes. I'm really happy to live here in Europe, in this part of the world. Yin Yang. Democracy is a process, so we will continue to be necessary. Human rights is also a process. It is our own backyard that needs to be tended every single day. You might have a garden yourselves, and you know what happens when you fail to water your garden. Thank you very much for your participation. Tomorrow we shall have workshops. Well, we had a sample today of what you're going to get tomorrow. I don't feel you need to be encouraged to be here tomorrow. And thank you to the interpreters. Thank you for bearing with us. The interpreters would like to thank the organizers.
Jeszcze raz dziękujemy bardzo za możliwość.